so excited to see you here. I'm so excited to share this with you because it's happening. It's time and it is happening. I think most of us have been dreaming about it and have put in a lot of work to usher in the new earth. What is new earth? What's going on? Who am I? What am I going to tell you here? A lot of questions. That's cool. Relax, sit back. It's going to be a long journey. But in this journey, in these probably four, 3.5 hours, I am going to tell you everything you need to know about what can you do to be an actual player in the game of New Earth. Why is it important? How can we truly, step by step, do all the necessary work in inner world and in outer world to see what we want to see in this reality? Stop blaming politicians, economy, blah blah blah, everybody in the outside world for our not so great life. And how can we truly come together? How can we open our hearts, open our minds, open our wombs, and create? So there are a lot of topics that I would love to cover and a lot of things that I would like to share. So buckle in and let's do it. So my name is Anita. I'm your host for this moment, and I am a soul here on Earth. And one of my main missions on Earth is to divinize the matrix and to divinize the densest places in this reality, um, and to answer the question, what is love? And can love truly win? So this has been my journey in life. I've been asking these questions in everywhere I go, and how to be love in everyday mundane places at the same time. Is it possible here on earth to create heaven on earth, to create this new earth? Is it an illusion? Is it just a psyop? Is it a conspiracy theory? Like, what's going on? And I have some answers. Are they true or not? I don't know. But those are downloads from God. I don't know, from my higher self, from my unique genius. This is what I have come here to do with this. This is what I have come here to share with the world, and this is me taking responsibility for my soul's dharma. That's what it looks like. Okay, on my side. So, what is love? Baby, don't hurt me. So, when I was born, as long as I remember myself, when I was very little, I felt like I knew that I am love. And these are one of my first memories when I feel I know love. I am love. And then I look at the adults, I look at my parents, and I'm like, what the fuck are they doing? Like, what's going on? That's not love. That's not truth. And I asked these questions because I remember myself really little, like 3 or 4 years old, and I remember this feeling in my little brain when I think I see that what are they saying is not true. They kind of hurt each other. They are saying things that are not their truth because I didn't know why. I asked the question, and be very careful with questions because they get they get answered, right. God answers our questions, or goddess, or whoever. Yet we get answers, but we get answers through life. So I asked the question, what is this place in them that makes them speak these words that are not true? I didn't, like, this little brain of mine, or this little heart of mine. I understood that I don't know what is this place in them that they speak this not true out of, right? And so I was very little. I asked the question, like, what is this place? I couldn't understand, like, what's going on. Because I couldn't say something that is not true at that point. I didn't know how to lie yet. And then life fucked me over. My parents fucked me over. Everybody, like, la 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 la. Um, I got to learn what deep pain means, what deep humiliation, destroyment, abandonment, um, addictions, everything, what it means, so that I could go and do deep shadow work. So shadow work is my kind of my main toolbox. I am the triggery person in the group, in the room, right? So I was born on Friday the 13th. And yeah, so deep feminine womb space healing, this is kind of my alley. And that's why I love this saying that just came to me, that I have been to hell so many times and I have brought love there so many times, that I have loved the hell out of myself. So I have loved hell out of my life. My life was filled with hell in one way or another, and it's not the case anymore. And when I was in these desperate, lonely places, I thought, oh my God, I'd rather die. Because death is my friend. And now I know that death is a part of life. And death is an amazing teacher for us. Okay, I just went deep. Wow. Whew, 5 minutes and I'm already going there. Anyway, yes, that's who I am, more or less. I dive deep and I look for love deep, let's say, or I just go as love in deep places and sparkle up. And I'm here to glimmer up your darkness as well. So let's move on. Why are you here? um, well, we are all super unique, and I'm sure that you have noticed that it's a paradox because we are super unique. Like every one of us, even twins, we're still very, very unique. Our soul blueprint, our unique genius, our life path, our destiny. It's a unique path. Yet, it doesn't matter where we are, in Alaska, in Jakarta, in Madagascar, in Paris, or in Alabama, or in Kamchatka somewhere. There's one thing that unites everyone. Everyone from the deepest depths of drug dealer dens to highest highs of Princess of Sweden's bedroom. I don't know. So there's only one thing that's common. There's only one thing that's common. And it's crazy. It's crazy. It's very cheesy. And yet, we all want to be happy. And that's just what it is. I have searched far and wide for answers about humanity and what's going on and what's happening. Who are we? Why are we here? Why am I here? Um, and the only thing that we have in common, we all want to be happy. We are all essentially good. And I don't believe in objective evil because I believe what is evil is just an illusion of separation created to, let's say, teach us. Okay, let's not go that down that rabbit hole, but every person do their best because they think that they it will make them happy. It doesn't matter if you're chasing men on the street, chasing women on the street, or someone is killing people. Even Hitler, he thought that he's doing the right thing. He thought it's going to make people happy, the world happy, and himself happy, and that's his destiny, right? So, why is it happening? Why are people sometimes confused? And why is it that we sometimes believe that, well, we always believe we're doing our best. And sometimes we fuck up so bad. Like, why? Why is it that this good intention, well, pavement to hell, no, but the road to hell is paved by good intentions, right? So, and it's very, very true. If we don't have discernment, if we're just uh, doing the best we can without actually going and searching for answers, without actually doing shadow work. I'm sorry, but in this time of age, like without shadow work, like what are you doing? What's happening? Um, I think also right now, like with everything that happens, everyone's doing their best. They all, everyone's striving to be happy, and it's just because of the wounding, it looks as it does. All right. So why are you here? Number like two, let's say, is that most likely you could identify yourself as the guardian of the earth, because that's my intention, to find these people, or let's say to magnetize these people, as I'm a projector 1-3 in human design. So I'm not going anywhere. I'm not looking for anyone. Not inviting anyone. I'm just being here as a signpost and inviting and magnetizing people in. Okay. So guardians of the earth are my type of people. Those are the souls that have come here in these difficult, turbulent times to do the dirty work, essentially, and also to reap the fruit. No, what's the word? uh, English is not my first language, as you may notice, but I try my best. Again, we all try our best, right? So, also here with this presentation, also here with the work that I do my best and give God the rest. That's my bottom line. And I hope that you, no, I'm sure if you will watch this till the end, you will gain a lot for your soul path. I'm sure of it because I've seen what's going on, like in the internet, and this is something unique. This is my unique genius talking, and I love that for us. I mean, I've gone a long way to be able to say this, believe it or not. So, again, why are you here? Second part. I believe that people who are here and who are watching this and who are even contemplating what is New Earth, like what's going on, are those that have deep pain and at the same time simultaneously have big dreams, great dreams, amazing dreams, dreams that go beyond our minds, right? Dreams that seem so crazy, so out there, that they're just like, whoa, am I the only one, the weirdo, who still believes in love, who still believes in miracles, who still believes that we can create heaven on earth? Well, I do. And I know that it's happening. And I know that we each have our own ways how to ground that in, because that's deep soul knowledge that's coming through. And there are new soul technologies coming in our consciousness right now on Earth. But at the same time, these people that go deep, those are the ones who actually have big pain, deep wounds. Why? Because that gives us power. The deeper the wound, the greater the power. I have seen it in my life. I have seen it in my clients and my friends. So I truly see that the future is in the hands of the broken, because the deep feminine is rising and the goddess is rising, and the masculine is healing in ways that we haven't seen before. And all this atrocity that's happening on earth is there for us so that we could go there and we could see um, where it hurts. Because where it hurts, those are the places where we need love most of all. And the part of my mission and to ask a question, what if love was the president? You can already see the answer in the question that I am here to love the hell out of the world and the civilization. Um, I am here to glimmer up the darkness for as many people as I can throughout my lifetime. And I have done it for myself. It's crazy to think about it. And I'm not getting emotional. But politics is one of the densest places on earth, if not the densest, where love is needed the most. What is common for Hitler and Putin? They, their mothers didn't love them. And you can find it in their biographies. They didn't know mother's love. And we can see what people who lack love do. So, if we want to change that, we need a lot of love. Okay? So, deep pain, great dreams. If that's you, you're in the right place at the right time. We're gonna go through all the questions and all the answers. How can we take this power? Because deep pain and great dreams together combined with love is this is the path to your greatness. This is the path to my greatness, my deepest wounding, my fucked up childhood, adulthood, young adulthood, like whatever, the deepest, densest, trippiest, most gnarly places I've been. Now is my greatest power because I can say to people, I've been there. I know how to get you out of there. Like, all right. Anyway, this is going to be trip in consciousness and in your soul and in love and on earth. So, ready? Let's do it. What I believe, if you have watched until now and haven't freaked out and left, is that you are ready to take full responsibility in co creating the new earth. And this is huge because we need responsibility. Most likely, you are one of these elements, one of these souls. Please let me know which one are you. First, someone who wants to go bigger and bolder by integrating collective shadow. Because you cannot go bigger and bolder and more out there without doing shadow work and without doing shadow work in next and next and next bubble of your reality. I'm going to speak about it later on. Just think about it, okay? Second of all, you are a professional in your field doing holistic work. Because obviously, we are threefold beings, we are multidimensional beings. We are not just good or bad. Let's get this straight away. I'm not into this. This fetish is gone for me. We are at least threefold. So it's mind, body, spirit as the minimum who I am, right? Um, and so if I'm doing whatever I'm doing in my life, if I have a mastery, or I am on a path of mastery in some sort of profession or some sort of work that I do in the world, if I do it holistically, meaning I take into consideration that I am soul, the earth needs me, I need the earth, and we are doing stuff together here. Hello. Then yeah, maybe that's why you're here. Okay, or the third part is that you are awake as a soul for years already. You just can't wait for the real revolution, which is happening right now, baby, right now. Yeah, woo! I love that for us. I love that for us. This is amazing. It's the time is here. So maybe you recognize some of these struggles. First of all, to go bigger means becoming dangerous to the system. And it could feel lonely and scary. I know, I've been there. And if I know, then you know that it's the only way. It's the only way. How can we do stuff around here? Secondly, if you go bigger, are you going to lose everything you've built so far? This is a valid question. It may have different answers. It may mean yes, it may mean no. I don't know. But it's a very valid question to ask. And third, you know you want to do epic shit and create heaven on earth while fulfilling your deepest desires, but you don't know your next step. Is is it true? Tell me please. Is at least one of these things true? If yes, let's go. If no, I would love to know how did you get to this video in the first place. Okay? Let's move on. So what's the point of all of this? Well, the hell is rising. All right? It's rising because we have to see it. We have to love the hell out of this civilization. And so the world is struggling. And there are different ways how people cope with what is happening. And we can see and we can understand that it's not easy, right? It's like I can see that the world is like the war is happening in every second country in the world. Those that are not in active war, piff puff war, I mean, there is war on consciousness going on everywhere. If you can see that, you have a choice. Do I look directly into the sun? Like, do I look directly into it? Or I look the other way? And there are points in life where both strategies are totally all right, right? There's point in our lives when I just have to go in there, understand what's going on, and feel the feels and see what it makes me feel, see what triggers me, see what maybe past life memories come up, and deal with it and do the inner work. Sometimes I just ignore all of it and concentrate on my work here on earth and just do my best for my clients, my people. I'm in the service where I can. Okay. And both of these options are fine at one point or another. But the thing is, when we actually open our eyes, like actually open our eyes and our hearts to what's happening, once we tap into this place where we are all one, if you have been there, you know. If you don't know, you don't know. It's an experience. If you know we're all one, it's not possible to live in ignorance anymore. Eve ate the apple. I mean, it's not possible to live in the ignorance anymore. And so we have to face the truth as it is. Like what is, it's what it is. It's nothing, it's not bad, it's not good. We don't judge it. We observe and take it all in. And then we can make a soulful decision, hard decision, how to activate this heart warrior, how to activate my unique genius, how to embody my soul so deep that my very existence transforms this reality, alchemizes this earth, and shakes it to the very core. And then I can smile, I can wave, and I can do the stuff I just need to do and do the epic shit that's been nugging you for years and years and years. So, how can we keep doing our job and address the bigger issues on earth, like child trafficking, pollution, slavery, debilitation, addictions, corruption, etc., etc., etc. All these things are happening. We are all one. That means it's if that's happening there, it's happening to me as well. Is the earth going to split? Probably. I don't know. It may be like that, it may not be like that. I do not know. Yet, I know that I have to do my best and give God the rest, and I'm doing my job. That my part at least. Okay. I know that you know yourself good enough at this point and you clearly see the paradox. This earth is a beautiful, magnificent, amazing miracle. It is very, very true. And at the same time, it's fucked up and it's rotten to the core. And I'm talking about more, of course, about humanity. The earth is fine. We have fucked it over in many ways, but the earth is fine. And I believe that if the earth would be pissed off, like totally, totally, she would just wipe us off in a matter of 24 hours. Doesn't matter. She loves us and she's still there for us. And and I love that for us. At the same time, I hate that we are still not appreciating her love so much as we could. Anyway, so what do we do next? Where do we go from here? It's a good question. It's a valid question, and uh, I would love you to think about it. Right? I would invite you to um, feel in your heart. Are there ideas? Are there feelings, intentions to do stuff in the highest good of you, in the highest good of all the world? As everything that is in my highest good is in the highest good of all. At the same time, we can in our doubts, we sometimes can believe in these shackles. We can believe in this programming of small self and go that direction instead of our greatness. All right. So, why is this important? Um, Whatever I'm going to tell you, this is important for me and for you and the future generations to come because there is a spiritual warfare. And the question I've been asking as well, I ask a lot of questions, as you can see, is there free will? Because also in spiritual communities, in spiritual teachings, there are people who are saying we don't have any free will. It's our all determined determination principle is the highest law. And then there are people who are saying that we do have free will. And I have found that there are levels of consciousness where we do have free will, and there are levels of consciousness where we do not have free will. And in my life, I was shown that we don't choose the date of birth and the date of death. And in the middle, there are pathways where we can make choices. And yet, there are some parts written in our destiny that we cannot choose. So it's both and, right? It's all about both and. We don't have to choose one or the other. My soul path is to revolutionize this reality, revolutionize whatever I have seen here, and just shake things up a little. And I believe that you are here to do something similar in one way or another. So I just want to ask you, right? Does being a part of a revolutionary action excites you or scares you? It's both are fine. I just want to know where you're at. Like today, at least today, right? It can change. And if we don't do anything, it's a good question. If we don't do anything, do you think who's gonna win? Because there are oppressive forces and there are soul warriors. One of them will win. I mean, it's still war. It's like it's still happening. It's interesting times to see. Um, Maybe they will live simultaneously. I don't know. I don't know. I know that I will live in heaven on earth. um, and also the question is, I know you have this nudging feeling here in the back of your mind saying and telling you the great things you're about to accomplish in your life. I know this, otherwise, you would not be here. I know that this is frustrating sometimes because who the fuck am I? I know I've been there. Like, who the fuck am I to tell you these things? Who the fuck am I to revolutionize fucking Earth? But I am here to do it. And at one point, it becomes easy. Once we do the inner work, it's just what is, it just happens. Because we don't have free will while we're in this automatization of the earth of our lives, right? We just do stuff, we don't think about whatever, blah, blah, blah. Then we start to awaken and we kind of touch into this, wow, I can break pattern, I can do something differently, I can choose how to react in this situation or the another, so I can have free will. And then at one point where you are long enough on your soul's path and you have consciously chosen to do your soul's destiny and to be on the road to embody your greatness, you find that again you don't have a choice. Again, you just do your soul. You cannot do anything else anymore. You just do your soul, and it's somehow there's no choice again. It's just your soul path. It's a tight line, tight row. And it's amazing. It's amazing. And right now in spirituality, yes, there are people who chase manifestation, who chase sacred money, sacred union, sacred sex, sacred work, all that jazz. Love that. Here for that. But one thing that I would love to say as a disclaimer, first one at least, is that I don't believe that we can escape the matrix while being in the body. I think it's not possible. It's ludicrous and it's just not true. It's an escapism form or something. But we can divinize the matrix. We can download and embody higher vibrational love so that we can divinize the matrix. I'm here for that. I'm here for Sophia codes being downloaded here on Earth and turning my matrix to Sophia matrix, which is the matrix of wisdom. Because we do have a network, we do have systems here, we do have body here, for crying out loud. So it's not that we can escape matrix, but we can love the hell out of matrix and we can divinize matrix. And I'm here for that. Okay, so let's move on. Who am I? A little story time. This is me, and my name is Anita, and I'm from Latvia. God knows where that is, right? Anyway, I love my life, I love my path, and I am from this sacred land of ancient druids and pagans, and this is where my roots are. Yet, what am I in this lifetime? How does the universe act as Anita and play the game of this life here? Well, I'm a mother. I live with my son. He's 9 years old. He's an amazing kid, and since he was born, my life changed. Yeah, I'm alone with him. His daddy is not around, and that's completely fine with me. And we are on a journey where we are traveling through life. I have okay, a little bit maybe about education, like what's important in a couple of sentences, because I'm not gonna go in my life story. Obviously, um, I have come from a place of deep desperation, deep wounding in family, destroyed basically family life, where I didn't feel seen or heard at all. And I went out of my parents' house as a young, broken woman. I studied. I have a bachelor degree in culture management. I studied in the Netherlands, agriculture and European Union funds. And then I came back and I felt miserable. Basically, I did have a boyfriend back then, and I had a good house and a car, and I worked a good job with a good salary. I was in sales, and I was very good at that. And I earned more than my adult, family members here and there. And then I got so depressed. Like I had been depressed all my life, apparently, or and I was clinically um, diagnosed with depression, dystonia, stuff like that. And they put me on pills and doctor, and I didn't take the pills. I took some, yeah, like herbal medicine for nerves and shit, but I didn't take the official pills, let's say. And I went to therapy for half a year, and then I realized that this talking is not going to help me. Like I have friends, I have people to talk with. I need deeper therapy. And so I went to study parapsychology. And as a Baron Minhausen, I pulled myself out of the swamp by my hair, and I got to work with myself. And since then, I have done so many things in my life. I have worked so many other jobs in my life, but mainly I have been parapsychologist to myself. And I have worked with people, mainly women. Yes, I did the Tantra teacher training, did some retreats on Tantra for women, never pursued that further on because I'm a projector and I don't have sacred defined. So it's kind of ludicrous, actually, though I'm good at it. Then I have been a translator. I have been an editor in a magazine. I have worked in sales a couple of times. I worked in event management. I did lash extensions for women at one point in my life. Well, actually, I was like around 24, I believe, when I did three jobs. My main three jobs was to do lash extensions, to sell weed, and to talk about numerology for people, give them numerology consultations. So that was me a long time ago. And now everything has changed. As you heard, yeah, I have been an addictive person because of abandonment wound for most of my life. And I can proudly say that at this moment, I do get stuck in doom scrolling from time to time. But other than that, I'm free of any substance for a long time. Well, not long for most of us, I don't know. But it's just, I know what does it mean to not being able to live without something, a boyfriend, a joint, a glass, or something. And now I know. And it's shadow work. Ha! Dun dun dun. So yeah, just recently, well, I have been on my soul path for all my life actually. That's kind of my journey. When I was 22, I started study parapsychology, and I said that I want to die consciously. That's my aim in life. Whatever it takes to achieve this goal. So I have gone through hundreds and thousands of dark nights of the soul. Mainly, I have lived in poverty the whole time just because my priority was my soul path, and I had to do a lot of work, and I just didn't have enough time to work. But I learned a lot. I volunteered everywhere where I could, with great teachers because I'm a translator, with great teachers in shamanism, in tantra, in personal development, in conscious communication, in a lot of other things. And I've learned a lot. I have studied most of my life, and it has been like my main, let's say, if people know me a little bit, they usually say that I'm smart. It's just like, okay, well, that's not all who I am, but okay. my mind, my consciousness, my mind is working a little bit differently. I'm probably somewhere on the spectrum, autistic spectrum. I don't know. I have never gone to check that because it doesn't bother me, but probably I'm somewhere there. And that's why I have been so interested in these topics, and that's why I have gone deep into this inner world, because what I believe, deep feminine rising and masculine and feminine, standing side by side in balance, um, is also the understanding of the seen and unseen worlds standing next to each other, and realizing that logic is one part, intuition is another part. We need all of it. We need um, all of our parts to be whole and not to choose, to accept ourselves as multidimensional beings, and and flow in that understanding, right? And flow in that beingness. So that's my path. Just recently, my both my parents died, and that's why I'm here actually. My mother died a year and a half ago, suddenly, like super suddenly. We were having the best conversation in the world, and she went to smoke cigarettes, she went to sleep, and that's it. And my father was diagnosed with cancer already at that time. So we knew he had cancer already then. My mother died first, and finally, my father died a month and a half ago. And so I had to grow up real fast. People who have lost their parents, they know that whether you're 5 years old or 55 years old, death of a parent means growing up fast. And this is a rite of passage. And it is an initiation that will, we get it once in a lifetime. It's the once in a lifetime experience. And I've had this once in a lifetime experience with both my parents. All right. There you go. Well, this is fun. I had to record this second part 4 times. Well, this is the fourth one at least. If this will be the successful one, this will be the one that you see. Well, something just happened with technicalities, well, the technologies. The thing is, it never happens, without a reason. So it's really my prayer that I finish this second episode in my highest good and the highest good of all. This is my prayer, and this is what I stand by. So, this is me. You heard the story about me. It ended a bit abruptly. Um, is there anything to add? Obviously, a lot of things. I'm an interesting person, but at the same time, I'm boring as fuck. Like, it's just, I'm super regular. Like, there is no one more regular than I am. But obviously, I'm also extraordinary. So, it's the same, like a lot of people. And my favorite thing is to discuss the new earth and to discuss new earth values, because basically they are built upon understanding what is ego and what is soul, what is a human being, what are we doing here on earth, and that's it. It's actually nothing new, it's nothing special somehow. Yet. Yet we're not doing it. And so um I'm a parapsychologist, which means I'm a psychologist for the soul. Let's say I work in a holistic way. It's something between scientific psychology and esoterical psychology, and I take into consideration that psyche is the soul. The psyche is like our main part, basically, that we need to kind of get to know, and logos is the science, obviously. So psychology, um and parapsychology. Anyway, that's not important. Let's not get, and all these things that I'm telling you, sometimes it's hard to find words because there are different wordings and different wavelengths of humanity. And I would love to be as simple as possible so that you could understand me completely, yet I I can imagine that there will be a lot of questions, and maybe you haven't heard my wording, right? I come from probably a different stream of information than you, which is obvious. I come from a completely different place, and well, there are so many streams of information. Anyway, this is like that's what we're going to talk about just in a second. So the main part in this second section, you're gonna have one long video, or you're gonna have six, or you're gonna have sex anyway. Have six parts of it. It doesn't matter. It's the same thing. And here I would love to introduce you to the structure of how the new Earth mm, architecture is built upon. Um, it's interesting to talk about these things because it's actually super simple. You will know every word of it. It's a parapsychological approach to create something the greatest. And so, if we want to create civilization, the greatest, based upon what we are now at this stage of development and this place where we're at on Earth at this moment in time, as I mentioned before, there's really one aim: how to make a happy, harmonious civilization. Well, that's my aim, for example. That's what I believe in still. Like, I still believe in miracles. Yeah, well, huh, I have healed my inner child deep enough so that I again maybe believe in miracles, but it's at this moment in time, like, if these types of ideas, first of all, I've been thinking about it my whole life. And 10 years ago, maybe I thought it would be a miracle. It would take a miracle to make this happen. Right now, I think it's just inevitable. I think that's just what's happening. And it's just, I get really excited. I'm like, oh my God, this actually is happening. I can see it happening. And with tangible proof, not just, like, oh, I'm gonna blind my eye to this part and then. So, what do we do? Harmonious civilization. What I would love to tell you is that when I do these presentations, is that all these things that I talk about, they are meant to be talked in holistic way, which means there are three parts of everything. If we want to avoid duality paralysis, the stuckness between good and evil, yet oneness is a bit a stretch, then the next best logical part is Trinity. And everything here is Trinity somehow. That's what I believe. That's what I've come to understand. And so if I am both, not both, so all three, soul and mind, intellect and body or movement or will to do stuff, then everything in this reality can be viewed from these three perspectives. So, in love, based on soul, we get soulful humans, aka happy people. All right. What it means, basically, there are people on earth whose soul is dangling somewhere on a silver thread in I don't know where, God knows where. And they mostly run because of their mind together with their ego. Okay? And what I believe the new earth is going to be built upon, or let's say who's going to build the new earth, are people who have taken and remembered who they are, which means we are souls in human body, and that means that I have taken these soul parts from all over the place, got them back into my body, cleansed them, integrated them, and so I'm a whole being now in my body using my mind or intellect. Okay, that's another thing. So, soulful humans, for me, what I believe is that how to be more full with soul, soul, soul. How can I get soul here in my shoulder? More, more, more. How can I let love move through me? Okay, this is what I mean by soulful humans. The next part, if we want harmonious civilization in our consciousness, okay, totally struck by sun right now. It means in intellect, it means coherent worldview. Well, honey bunny, we haven't had coherent worldview since ever, probably. I don't know. Right now, we are more fractured than ever before because this device allows, well, basically those who control internet to really divide us. And I don't believe in dealing with good and evil because for me, I believe that evil is nothing more than the illusion of separation. So this is the kind of um, coming back to oneness type of thing. Okay, I believe that every person, every human being is inherently good at its core. Even, so this is like another topic, but even like Putin, Hitler, what did they have in common? Their mothers didn't love them. You can read their biography or whatever. Their mothers abandoned them completely and didn't love them. So that's what happens when a human being as a kid doesn't get love. And when you read upon what happened with those guys or other similar guys, they thought they're doing the best thing. They thought they're doing the right thing. Okay? So, is it objectively good? No, because there's no such thing. I think there's authentic being. And we can get to coherent worldview once we actually start to systematize what is going on and sharing knowledge and accepting what is. Because if we look only at one part, and it doesn't matter which one, either we look only at the beautiful part and just, oh, I want to see only the beautiful things, or I'm just like, oh my God, this is wrong, and this is wrong, and this is bad, and this is awful, blah, blah. If we look only at one or the other, that's not true. The truth is kaleidoscopical, or all this information that I'm going to share, it's going to exercise your thinking into accepting paradox as a completely true thing. So, one truth is only high truth if the opposite of that truth is also a high truth. And so, in this situation, we always have to find the third party or the place it's happening or the neutral force that's observing it or something, but there's always three parts to it. And so, coherent worldview means that whatever is going on, we have to look from at least three sides, if not seven sides, if not 12 sides, if not 48 sides. Okay. And all of them are valid and all of them has a place to be there. And that's what means coherent worldview. We're going to go further to understand this. And then, obviously, earthly abundance, aka sustainable economy. Well, honey, I think scarcity and poverty mindset is generational trauma. I have had scarcity and shame so deeply ingrained in me. At the beginning, I was thinking about these things like 10 years ago, and I thought that Like, I want a society without money at all. And I created also similar, let's say, worldview where there is no money at all. At this moment, you will see, obviously, there's money, there's quite a lot of money, but it's not that it's a lot or less, it's just different. It's different way of approaching what we view as money in general. What is abundance? Abundance is when we clear blockages of fear and shame and guilt in first three chakras, which means that I have enough to meet my needs, I have more than enough to meet my wishes, and I have more than that. The true freedom is when I can do great things and I can leave a legacy with the stuff I do with my abundance. Because obviously, the greater the dreams, the greater money you need. And what is happening right now, there is, I can see the shift where also, let's say, fiat money is being distributed more into kind of soulful beings, but at the same time, poverty is bigger than ever. Well, not ever. But it's a really an issue, and it doesn't have to be. It does not have to be. um I think everyone should be like at least semi-millionaire and can just live their best lives, because only then we can extrapolate the genius soulful essence of human being when they don't have to take care of their primary needs and their basic living standards are met. All right. And that's not what's going on at this moment in time. But that's okay. That is completely okay because we can totally, you know, change it. Okay, let's move on. Let's see. So, happy people. Again, you will notice what am I doing here? Love, intellect, will. So each of these, we will go and how to say, divide further on into three: love, intellect, will, and then again into three: love, intellect, and will. All right. So, love, accept authentic self. And by this, I mean authentic self does not mean whatever was happening with you right now, that's authentic self. Authentic self, for me, what I believe, is the true self. And it happens when we take off our masks. We all know that we all have them, and it's really scary to be vulnerable in their true essence. Yet, that's what makes this life amazing. I mean, that's what's just fun, okay? And so I don't want to say that authenticity, it's a trip, okay? It's completely union with your genius, with your shadows, with your ugliness, with your amazingness, with your tiredness, together with your greatness. It's all there. It's just that sometimes, people are like, oh, I'm authentic, but probably you're just authentically projecting your traumas onto everybody. That's not authentic. It's just what is. And it is an amazing part of your healing journey and of your journey in life in general. But the aim is to be your true self, whatever that may be, and feel safe in that. Okay? So, what does that mean? Um, Logically, it's holistic healthcare, because in healthy body, healthy mind, healthy soul, we can thrive. Intellect is systematization of self-knowledge sciences, which means that basically in this new kind of internet 4.0, we could have real systematization of what's going on, like very detailed, with starting with blood types, I don't know, astrological types, sociological, psychological types, um, consciousness levels, probably interests, I don't know, human design, stuff like that, and what happens with organs, what happens with organs in this type of the year, in that type of the year, like for example, food. Oh my God, like I believe that we can suggest to somebody, at this time of life, you should eat this, at this time of life, you should eat that. But there are stuff online that's just like contradict each other left and right. And so I just eat what I can and what I like because at the end of the day, the cleaner the food, the better. The rest is just weird sometimes. Okay. And there's a lot, not just food, a lot of things. We should systematize what we know because right now there's a lot of knowledge, and knowledge is power, but it's still fractured, and there are no ways that we are able to see what is. Like if my, I don't know, rib here hurts and I google that, it's crazy what I could find. Yet at the same time, if we all participate in creating this encyclopedia, and artificial intelligence is helping us, it could be a gold mine. Anyway, well, network of quality relationships and community. And this is like general basic human need. We live in a pandemic of loneliness. And this is why I will talk about borders of culture because and villages of interest. Um, because mainly like I have some living standards. Obviously I want this and that to be in my house, but most importantly I would love to have amazing neighbors that have similar interests and that are just fun people to be with, that I can let my kid outside and he has friends there, or that I have women that would love to do the same practices as me and stuff like that. So yeah, to love one another, right? And it's in our healing journey as humanity, we should like try to be with people daily, with those people that we like to be with together, so that it's kind of easier to love one another. And then when we already flex the muscle of loving one another, we can go and love those people that we don't like that much. Okay, so intellect, passion pursued as profession. It's like a given, right? If a person is pursuing their soul's mission, their dharma, and they are happy about it, and they just don't waste time to do stuff that are not theirs at all. I mean, of course, it's like once you have soul gifts, you have to do a lot of stuff around it. You have to learn a lot of things that are not your immediate interest so that you can actually express this gift and actually share it with the world. Like, for example, I couldn't it goes together with intellect, lifelong learning, and and try to become master of your passion. Because, well, I couldn't share this if I would not have spent time to learn Canva, Beehive, I don't know, Cortex, stuff like that. And it has taken me time. Is that the best thing that I would love to do? Probably no. But as I love to learn, I switch my dial to, hey, I love to learn. Let's learn this because this is going to help me do the stuff that I really love, which is share this information with people and teach people and guide people and inspire people and talk with people and blah, blah, blah. That's my gift. Right? So I need this. And so I learn all the time. Again, right now and previous centuries and thousands of years and blah blah blah, the main power has been money and force. Right now, the power is wisdom, knowledge, and the ability to accept stuff that is there. And I wrote in Will, I wrote experiment with human design because I already mentioned, or I will mention after this, that I think So humanity is supported from different levels, and we have been given information and technology that is going to be necessary for us to actually create this new earth. For example, Bitcoin is one of them, and human design is one of them, and other stuff. But human design, why I love human design, because it's about the mechanical way of my body, right? And it tells me, it's like a manual. It tells me what how my body feels and is when I'm my true self, and what is happening when I'm my false self, and what's happening when I'm together with other bodies. So it's the knowledge of the body. That's why it's in will, right? Will as correlation to body, and that's mechanical knowledge, very mechanical. It gives you, but it tells about the potentials that are there, but you can use them, you cannot use them, blah, blah, blah. You can live your false self in a very high level. Like I'm a projector, right? When I was in university, I tried to be the most generator queen of generators. Like I could do it. I was deeply unhappy, and my body shut down from time to time for a long time, and so I couldn't do at all anything. I didn't want to do anything at all anymore. And so it just, I was in my false self, and I can totally see it now. So let's move on. Conscious entertainment and creativity culture. That's will. Obviously, we all need to have fun, right? That's just cool to have in your life, and it raises your consciousness and raises your vibration, etc., etc. So, collaborate to mature a society. And culture does that. I mean, where we gather together and we listen to music, we have fun, we dance, we do stuff. If it's aimed towards maturing, it's just good sense. Because nowadays, most of the people are grown bodies, but with teenage or children attitude, mind, or problems. And that's not even, obviously, we all have responsibility, but it's not even each individual like problem somehow, because if you live with people like that, you just think it's okay and it's normal, right? We don't have rites of passage, we don't have as much initiation processes as we used to have, and that's really what, well, it has created a society like that. And so intellect, culture, and entertainment are built to teach and inspire people to become their greatest versions. There are a lot of artists that are doing that, and I love them, and I listen to them, and I watch them, and the movies and the music, and even like clothes and stuff like that, right? To just be your greatest version possible. You will never reach it, but while you go there, while your path leads there, you're gonna have a lot of fun, and you're going to learn a lot more than you're just, you're, when you're okay with mediocrity, you don't learn a lot, you don't have that extraordinary life, and life doesn't teach us much. Intention, where intention and attention goes, energy flows. That's why we set the intentions. And if I set an intention to live an extraordinary, great, amazing life, that's what I'm gonna get. If my intention is just to live calm, it's okay, life, in my bubble, and you know yeah, you can do that, but maybe you can be great. I mean, I don't know, what do you think? I don't know. Will maintain high quality culture environment. High quality is a tribute to goddess and a tribute to the earth. And it's in will, because it's connected with sex and with body. As we as a society, if we have cheap sex, we have cheap world, right? Sexual energy creates everything, and so the more we have low quality sexual life, The lower quality is our culture and environment, but we can start with both ends, so it doesn't matter. Let's move on. Coherent worldview. Equality. We all care about equality nowadays. That's fun. But what does that mean? We are not equal per se, but we should have equal opportunities to thrive and to strive to our greatness. All right. And it means awareness of each individuality as part of the world. We are super unique. Not everyone will like what I do. Not everyone will want to do similar stuff that I do, but I need those other people. Otherwise, we wouldn't, function as society, as civilization, as humanity. So let's just accept that we are different and let's support each other in this journey of individuation. That's kind of Jungian language, right? And then it's just more fun. Intellect, money as voting system. Um, we are already using money as voting system. If I'm using money to buy this thing, it means I'm voting. I want more of this, right? But at this moment, there are a lot of times there are very limited possibilities. Where can I spend my money? Um, well, okay, it's debatable. Anyway, uh, I will tell about this more about economy that is based on not a voting system that's for people. It's a voting system for ideas and for stuff that we need and we want. Nothing else happens. There's no gain for who's the richest. Um, the aim is not money anymore. And the aim is abundance, quality, love, you know, all these things. So, money as voting system. Will, sustainable interaction methods. This is huge topic. There are a lot of things underneath. One of these is Internet 4.0, um, which I'm going to get into detail in next videos, in next parts of this same video, if you're watching the long version. It's one of those methods, all right? And there are a lot of them. It's basically going from competition to collaboration in all areas of life. Okay. Intellect. Rrr. Open media. Right now, there are projects that are getting there, right? So it's kind of, for example, Wikipedia is something similar. There's this project, open source. No, what's something like that? I don't remember. But it's in America kind of web page where you can see about one topic what the left wing is writing, what the right wing is writing, and what the middle is writing, and so you kind of feel what could be the truth in the middle of all of these variations. And so this is a good example of how we can start to find the truth. Um, in Love, I wrote synthesis of truth research methodologies. And by that, I mean, well, a lot of things, but one mainly what I would love to mention in this short video is about seen and unseen realms or worlds, or seen and like logic and intuition. How then do they come together? um, shall we make a railway station here? Well, if it's not money that we have to think about, if it's logic and intuition and taking into consideration what's going on earth there in kind of shamanic approach together with metrical approach and stuff like that, this is what I mean by that. Intellect, co-replenishment of information. And it also means it's something the Wikipedia style, basically. If we have news, if we have an event that has happened, it's cool to take different viewpoints, um, and yeah, try to find truth, try to find what is from all perspectives together. Okay? None of them is the only truth. Some are beliefs, some are viewpoints, um, and the truth somewhere in the middle, right? Will, improvement of the knowledge transfer form. One of them could also be the Internet 4.0, but there are different stuff. This is something that we can search long and wide and come up with new technologies, new inventions. Let's do it. There's a lot of possibilities. Open travel possibilities in will. The first one is global citizenship, culture borders. There is global citizenship webpage and movement, and it's funded by Soros and stuff. So, yeah, it's not the real thing. I was really excited when I found it and really disappointed when I dig deeper what's going on there. What it means, culture borders, means that there are ancient knowledge that a lot of people would love to keep and even dig deeper and remember more so that we can intertwine it with modern knowledge and modern information and come up with some sort of synthesis. And there are people who will want to um, truly maintain their culture, and there will be multicultural places. But when I go to Paris, I want to go to Paris. I want to see Parisians and I want them to teach me how to make macaroons and not to McDonald's, right? So, and I'm not talking about Paris, it's all over the world. This kind of globalization has just everything is gray and like the same. It's boring. It's boring as fuck. And what I want is to people come together with different interests in areas of life, of methodology, of their culture background, of their inheritance, of in their you know deeper roots, and use it as a vessel that could get them further on in life, and keep it. It's I think it's value in this reality we call humanity, that we have these deep roots, and at the same time there will be completely new and different and multicultural places that develop new cultures, new ideas, new age stuff, I don't know. And but it's just there should be borders that is not countries per se, but for example that talk the same language or practice the same practice, and go in the same direction. And it's not that they're worse or better than anyone else, it's just that they chose to do it with their lives, and we shall respect that with borders. And then in the middle there are these multicultural places, and obviously there's tourism all over the place, and we learn from each other, but we don't put everything together and forget where we come from, right? And so appropriate view on education is also this word appropriate. It means what is happening there where you're at. And how can I, by traveling the world, learn different things from different wiseries? Wisery is the new school kind of thing. Well, in my worldview. Okay. House sharing system. It also means that there are a lot of houses. You will notice in this Internet 4.0 how I explain it, but people love to travel, and most of the time people want to travel with aim, and when they want to learn something and do something. And there are people who want to stay in the same place their whole lives. But if we differentiate also housing for different parts of your life, like different housing for when you're single and you just want to live with your girlies in one house, and then you meet someone, you want to raise family, you change the place. And then when you're elderly, like there's possibility to rot in your apartment, or there are amazing houses meant for that. And it's okay to change locations, and it's okay to have these uh, shared houses, which means you live there for a while, for half a year, 15 years maybe, but not your whole life. It doesn't mean that there won't be people who live in one place in their whole lives, but this sharing housing system means that we can take responsibility for houses and for buildings and for real estate in general, and use them in appropriate time of our lives and our interests, um, so that we can learn more, grow more, travel more, and be more awesome. So I could go in each of these sections for deeper and deeper and deeper. It's just we'll do that one some time. Okay, and the last one, sustainable economy. From love perspective, ecosophy as part of politics. For me, it's important because I'm all for the guardians of the earth being the new politicians, and Sophia is wisdom, ecology is, friendship with nature and the earth. And so ecosophy is wisdom about who we are as part of the earth and this seen and unseen universe. So this should be part of how we create politics. In love, I wrote Ministry of Shamanism, but shamanism, when I say shamanism, I mean the collaboration, the connection with the unseen realms. That's what I mean by shamanism. Obviously, that's not really a definition, but all the words fall short. Priestesshood, priests, psychics, clairvoyance, blah, blah, blah. Let's say Ministry of Shamanism, which means, yeah, the unseen realm. Okay. And the energies behind stuff and ideas and places. Okay. Intellect means waste control and recycling methodology. This is like a grand topic. Netflix released amazing documentary about it, by the way. I forgot the name, obviously, but once you like about waste, something about waste and the garbage, the amount of garbage we have, I believe we should just bluntly stop producing stuff that are not ecological. Just stop doing it altogether. We have enough garbage to make another planet already, and we are doing close to nothing to deal with it. But why? Because, okay, why? It's a good question. Because we already have all the technology. It's not a lack of knowledge. It's not a lack of technology. It's not that we don't know how to do better. It's that we choose to do the easiest and the cheapest way, not the most sustainable way. And it just hurts my feelings that it's happening like that. Yet it's happening like that. Um, if it's not durable, if you can't make shit that lasts a lifetime, don't make it at all. Let's just stop producing waste. Okay, I can go on and on about this. Let's move on. Ecological agriculture. It's just basic things. And it's completely false that we can't feed all people if we're not using insects and stuff and chemicals and blah blah blah. That's bullshit. That is utterly stupid enslavement strategy. Again, I'm getting emotional. Not let's not go there. Holistic anthropology as basis for law. Holistic anthropology means understanding about what a human being is really. If we understand that we are souls in human body exploring this consciousness. Okay? Love, cosmic law implementation. Self-explanatory. Intellect. Artificial intellect deals with bureaucracy, blockchain, and stuff like that. A lot of people are afraid of artificial intelligence. My take on this question is that if me as soul, if I grow bigger than artificial intelligence and work with it together, I can give artificial intelligence all the stuff that I don't want to do, that's not creative. that's repetitive, that's analytical. Well, I mean, obviously, I love to analyze stuff as well, and I would love to co-analyze it with artificial intelligence. But there's stuff that I don't want to do it. Not because I'm lazy, but because I could do a lot more with my unique genius, a lot more with my art that helps humanity thrive. There is artificial intelligence AI is not going AI I mean is not going anywhere. It's here to stay, and it's also a helper. I truly believe that. I was crying when Zuckerberg announced Meta World. I looked at it and I was crying like, fuck, this is straight up from mediocrity. Yet, artificial intelligence can be used as a tool. It's the same as knife. You can murder a person, you can feed your child, not with a knife, but by by cutting bread, for example. And so, this is the same with artificial intelligence. It's a friend if we see it this way. A lot of people will lose their jobs. So let's turn them into art. Let's turn them into service for humanity. These new jobs that we suddenly will have, there. Okay, I'm rambling. Let's move on. This is a crazy topic. Prisons and army, mandatory martial arts Hillary plus initiations. There's a big part of humanity involved in war, and big part of humanity are in covert hostility, which is lying and stealing. You will learn that about it further on in this video. And they need healing. And that's all. It means that if you forget yourself for a little bit and hurt somebody else, forget the Jesus inside of your heart who said, love one another, then you need healing. You don't need prison. All right. I believe that I'm cheesy as hell. I mean, I think love is the answer to all of this. I think love is the answer to all of this. So, um, take it or leave it. But I think people needs healing more than anything. Okay, with love, just love, and honestly, just love. And so the last part is global abundance strategy. And first of this is culture of sexuality. And we all know that sex sells. We all know that sex and sexual energy is the very basis of creative energy. And that when soul is making love to my genius, basically my masculine, inner feminine are making love within me, I get creative energy that actually creates something useful and logical and amazing in this world. Okay? And culture of sexuality is getting better. But it's like crazy. It's crazy what is considered normal and what is possible. So, if we want global abundance strategy to work, let's just really clean up our sex lives, our sex understanding, our sexual energy, and general approach to what the fuck is our sexuality and what is erotica, which is very big part of our lives. And if it's not there, we live dull lives. If it's there, we live amazing lives. If our sexuality is fucked up, we create fucked up things. If our sexuality is dirty and cheap, we create dirty and cheap stuff in the world. If our sexuality is quality, top notch, divine, amazing, fun, playful, deep, dripping in divinity, that's what we create. And abundance starts with creating from that place. That's what I believe. Intellect. Collaborative business model. I'm going to talk about it in depth further on, but what does it means in short? Going from competition to collaboration. And will, it means distribution of sustainable solutions for all, which means patents are not protecting anything. Anyone can take information and learn from it and make better and invent something more and better. So we are not competing again. We are collaborating to create the best stuff possible and to distribute this stuff to everyone who is in need or a wish wish to have this amazing stuff. Something that's just wonderful, beautiful, and both ecological, artistically aesthetic, holistic, and just wonderful in all possible ways. So this is the part where you kind of take a look at these things and really feel what you feel, and take a look at where is your dharma, where is your soul path. And next we're gonna see, so what's the plan? All right, so we have heard this story, all nice, yeah, yeah, yeah. And so, what's the plan? You're like, okay, that sounds all right. You know, if you think that whatever I was telling you up until this point, you felt like, okay, this makes sense. What's next? Like, what's the plan? Honey, I gotcha. I got you. I have a plan. Is it directly mine? I don't know. It comes from my unique genius. It comes from whatever source helps me to guide my reality towards a greater and better reality. So it's my strand of connection with God directly. That's what I believe. And yeah, I have a plan. So let's do it. First of all, again, love, intellect, will. What do we need? It's a numbers game. As I already mentioned, I can't do it. Like, I can't do it at all. It took me years to get over these ego issues of how can I do it alone? Because I could not see people talking about these things. Um, there are a lot of stuff happening, yet I hadn't seen a real plan. Like, what shall we do? There's still this kind of fighting paradigm. And I was in the fighting paradigm as well, obviously. And so it's a numbers game. If you think that this is something legit, if you feel like this chick has something going on and we shall, like, put our heads together and probably actually do something about it, then let's do it. Share this information. Let's discuss these topics. Let's go deeper, right? Once we are millions, we can create our own country, or I don't know. The possibilities are endless. Or the earth will split in two. Why and how? You may find answer to this question once we go through this presentation. I'm not going to talk about the split because I don't know if it's going to be like that. Uh, i- is everybody going to want to do it? I don't know. I don't think so. So, somewhere in the middle. So, in the land of intellect, I believe we have to build and use Internet 4.0 and ditch any resource of control. And this Internet 4.0 would be the vehicle to New Earth, would be the thing, the bridge that. So there's this current situation, and there's New Earth. And for naked eye, they seem like two different realities, right? They're too far away. But it's not true. We actually do have all these things necessary. but we have to bridge, we have to kind of mind the gap in a very conscious way. And it had never been possible, and now we have the technology, and now we have people who are actually very good at creating this internet 4.0. Maybe because the parts of it are already there. I could even say like this: parts of it are already there. um, and so how can we just make it one coherent, awesome internet? It's not a new web page, let me tell you this. It's a whole new stream of internet. Okay. And I'm going to talk about what should be there. And obviously, the will, and that's kind of my mission that I would love to do. Well, I'm a projector. I'm not going to do it. It's crazy because as a human being here on earth, obviously, I'm in this, I have to do it, or I want to do it, let's say. And as I already mentioned, it took me years to step out of this ego that I'm going to do it. I am not going to do it. Yet I will inspire this change to happen. And I am a philosophical leader because I'm the love aspect of like this. Yeah. The, not only love, also the intellect, but and the will, but mainly it's more the philosophy on which we can build the new earth, and not the actual hands-on building brick by brick. Okay, I really truly thought that I should build it, and then yeah, I went through journeys, I went through initiations where they told me, yeah honey, but you won't do it. But you have to tell the story. So that's where I'm at. And so come together every new moon for a hackathon. What is a hackathon? I will tell you more about it in this presentation, but it's just amazing cool thing, which means we come together every new moon and collaborate to build this internet 4.0, to build these platforms that needs to take place, to build new products, to build new solutions, to build new teams, new ideas, and stuff like that. And so that everyone can contribute. Everyone, doesn't matter who you are, where you are, you can contribute from that point of consciousness, that point of understanding, that point of talent, mastery, where you're at the moment. Okay? So, da da da, let's do it. Disclaimer. You will see a lot of information. Some will sound familiar, some will sound too out there. Maybe something won't make any sense. Please note which part of this presentation echoes in your soul. We can only do it together by taking responsibility each for our part and trusting that other people will find their path in another place, and we can weave our soul threads together. I will touch each subject only briefly, as there is so much to talk about in each section. When you watch it the first time, don't take notes. Just feel it, take it all in, and observe triggers. This is important because to trigger people is my talent. I can trigger the hell out of you. Yeah. Okay. Again, same topic. Um, please invite these triggers, be mindful about them, write them down, and let's see. Okay, honey bunny, let's roll. So, first of all, this is a huge topic, and I am sure that there will be souls that have gone down this rabbit hole. And this is an amazing rabbit hole, and we need all of you to step up for everybody else. Okay. Addressing external public debt as a priority. We, like as the countries, right? We are in debt to one another, and basically the humanity is in debt to, I don't know, aliens or something. Trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars and euros and whatever currency. And it's crazy to think about. It does not make sense in logical terms, but it actually does once you dig deeper. Debt is debit and not credit. I will just read it out. Please, like this is zip for this information, but hear me out. At the outset, leverage external debt to guide the state of enter your country and its citizens toward a shared understanding and harmony regarding their circumstances, fostering a resolution of their mutual obligations. So, debt is obligations, but these obligations are for us to have, which means even if we take one banknote of, I don't know, $10, €10, this is a promissory note. It is a debt in general. It's debt. It's like I promise to pay you back. So, once we understand how that works, the banking system is brilliant. It's made for us. We are just kept in mental slavery so that we don't know that. Nobody wants us to know that. Okay. There are people who have these trust funds. You have heard of trust funds. This is what it is. It's when you have. Okay, I'm not going to go there. If you know what I'm talking about, let's count together and see how we can make this happen for the whole civilization, because we need to piece together these pieces of puzzle. And once a person enters this new internet, let's say, they can actually move through this process to reclaim this debt as their debit, as something they have, not something they don't have, in easy terms. Okay? And this is amazing. To have a debt, it's cool. Like those who have big businesses, they know they're happy to have debt. Let's move on. Those who know, they know. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, that's cool as well. It's not an easy topic, but I have gone through this for a while and I understand that it can be possible if majority of the people do it. Then it's easy like that, because it has to work together with this next slide. We have to understand that there are two types of laws, for humans and for persons, and those are two different things, completely different things. So what I'm going to talk about here is another rabbit hole connected to this universal jurisdiction and the straw man conspiracies. And they're not conspiracies, actually. It's just very, very true things. The question: do you know what is your first document in your life? I didn't. I thought it's my birth certificate, and it's not true. And why for me this was important? Because I go into women empowerment, into womb reclamation, womb power reclamation, and divine feminine rising, the goddess, la la la. This is my path, okay? This is very grounded way of reclaiming power of the womb. I thought that in our jurisdictional system, everything is passed on in father's lineage, surname, father, inheritance, everything goes down that line. And it's not true. What I found out is that um, in jurisdictional system, everything is passed down the mother line. So mother goes to a hospital and gives birth to a baby. The government sees there's a new source of taxes. And the mother, not knowing what she's doing, signs a paper that basically means that she gives A, new vehicle information statement, B, manufacturer's certificate of origin. And that is the most important document for human being. And it's called the registration of birth document. You have the same for cars and shit. And so the one who holds this document is holding the ownership. The problem is, no one will give you this document. This is what our system is built upon. Okay? So I tried to get this document. I went on a journey. For a year, I studied these things. And I got to a one point, quite far, not till the end of the process. Yet I understood that it's all cool. It's amazing. This rabbit hole is amazing. But it works best if we are many. If there are only a dozen of people in the country who do it, yeah, but it's kind of the feeling of I keep fighting. I keep fighting for my rights. I mean, I can. It is an expansion in consciousness, definitely, definitely. It's a spiritual work, but it's still fighting. And I got tired. I got bored of the fighting scene, and so I got the copy of the document. They didn't want to give me even that, but they have to kinda. They gave me the copy. I went through the process where my mother wrote a testament and will that she gives this property that is my, social number, my persona in jurisdictional paperwork reality, my persona that's there, um, that you can, and that's why government can fine you, can take your babies because they don't belong to you. This is the reason why it's happening like it's happening. And so if you have no idea what I'm talking about, you can check out topics like reclaim your securities. Because, yeah, we're all, if we haven't reclaimed our securities in jurisdictional terms, we are all minors. We're all children. So we are not mature, basically. You can read the Code of Federal Regulations 363.6. Please do it and contemplate on what are you reading there. And also Universal Commercial Code, or UCC, Universal Commercial Code 8-102. If you read these two documents plus Google what reclaim your securities mean, you will start to dive into this rabbit hole of strawman persona and what a human being is. It is amazing. It is part of reclaiming womb power. It's super important to understand that this is a part of divine feminine rising as well, and divine masculine has to step up to basically protect bodies. Let's say it's just body. It's body who is, each body is producing energy. Energy is value, so therefore that's money, that's currency. This is what our money system is built on. Let's not go there because as I said, I mentioned, I studied a year these things, went through and studied this law. um there is no point of asking lawyers about it because they are so much in the box. If you're a lawyer watching this, there has to be conscious work done in order to basically break the law that's in your mind so that you can grow into being a king or a queen in the face of law, because kings and queens are as king. I like the word of the play of words. Asking as king. Ask questions, and you will find funny answers. Okay. So, once the shift happens, well, like this far, once we understand that we are not a debtor but a creditor to this huge system, once we have done some legal work and learn, well, it takes time, it takes some effort to get there, but if we do it all together, it's fun and it's super empowering, and you actually become the beneficiary of your life. This is another topic, but right now, beneficiary of your life is the government because they earn from your labor, from your energy. The grantor of this are your parents, and you're the trustee, a minor. The shift happens, and soon it will be like this: the beneficiary of your life is you, and the trustee. is the government. They will take the paperwork and they will take the responsibility for shit that happens. Yeah, and the grantor is a trust there. That's a huge topic. If you know what I'm talking about right now, please be very mindful about the next chapter of the presentation and the very end of this presentation, because there I will speak about more conscious level, soul level stuff, let's say, that you could do so that you could come together with people who are also doing this and do it for the benefit of all. Because it's not my demeanor, not demeanor, it's not my main topic, okay? I have gone deep and this is amazing topic. And yet I have gone in the depth of, yeah, let's say everyone will go as deep as I did, should at least, but there will have to be people who go even deeper and make this process easier for everybody else. Okay, so blockchain, you just gotta love it, you gotta love it. I saw blockchain in meditation uh long before I knew what it is. So I saw this system, like I was shown this system, how this new internet will work. And basically, then I was trying to explain it to my friends. And when my girlfriend was like, but you know what? It sounds really like blockchain. And I was like, blockchain, what is that? So I YouTubed it. And turns out, yeah, baby, this technology is there. And I'm sure that Bitcoin was given to humanity for a reason. All this mysterious past, of the origin story of Bitcoin and everything. It is cool. It is amazing. It's like human design. It was given to humanity so that we could go to the next level. I truly believe that. And still I believe that this is like a preview. Um I have seen that ultimately each individual will have their own currency. They have their own coin, and they all flow together in a sea of currencies, in the sea of wealth. So it's hard to explain in short, but just imagine if you have your own coin since birth, and all your talents, all your endeavors, all your interactions in life are proportional, and you can, yeah, it gives you ability to work what you actually want to do. So it gives you an opportunity to do your soul's work regardless of whether or not it's monetary, beneficial, oh, what's going on, monetary, logical in this economy. Okay. And in this internet 4.0, obviously we would have separate accounting to interact with fiat money. Definitely that's something that's going to happen. It's no question about it. But once we reclaim our securities and create, let's say, new passports or whatever document or whatever, I don't know, kind of wallet chain thing we will, think of, um, the individual part of debt, public debt, becomes your deposit as well as your contribution at the beginning, and then everything changes as we go into this completely new understanding of how economics and relationships work in general. And I saw this lady online, Timnit Gebru. I haven't seen, like, I haven't met her. Obviously, I would love to meet her. I would love to get on board people like her and others. And she's a prominent computer scientist and a researcher known for her work in artificial intelligence ethics, logarithmic bias, and the social impact of artificial intelligence. Yay, amazing. So ladies like that, Where are my chicas who are actually like really doing amazing work in this civilization? Let's come together and let's figure out how to make this blockchain based internal currency possible. Okay, so hackathon. Choo-doo-doo. I already mentioned that that's something that I would love to do. And what a hackathon is, it's an event in which a large number of people meet to engage in collaborative computer programming. This is the Wikipedia, Google thing. But it's not only about computer programming. It is coming together. It is online, but it can be about any topic that you're passionate about. There are people that are passionate about the same things as you are in this world, in this reality. And so if you're trying to create the most resourceful, the I don't know, ecological, best resourceful way how to make clay cups based on something, there are people who may have figured it out, or there are people who also want to figure it out. So it is a possibility to come together online for one weekend, let's say in new moon, or even a day, um, and work together, create teams, share knowledge, come together for projects, come together to research, to develop something. It's not only about programming. When there was COVID, I participated in the Global Hack Project. Here is my Libreco advisory. It's my other YouTube account, which was like 4 or 5 years ago. Was but tried to do these things and I never like continued. So I'm gonna get better now. But there is still this presentation of what I had done then back then, and yeah, if you're interested, you can go check it out. What did I speak about these topics 4 years ago? And obviously, my knowledge, my information has, let's say, grown since then, but still it's interesting. So if you're interested, I mean, you can go and check it out. So hackathon means that people come together and work together and contribute and stop competing and just work on amazing ideas. Just putting computer to charge. Okay, so decentralization. The big topic. So we have centralized governmental system, centralized media system, centralized banking system, etc., etc. Everything's kind of ruled by a couple of people in like the world, really, or at least some points in the world. Anyway, you know what I mean. So decentralization is this approach of, again, divine feminine rising. That's what it is. um, from bottom up, from the earth, from our soul level, we go up and not take commands from top down. So it kind of changes the reality, but we do meet in the middle as divine masculine, divine feminine are cleaning up, and um, yeah, we're bringing sacred into their union. What it means: money is our talents. So what I said, if I have my own coin and I contribute in different projects throughout my life. I do this, I do that, I do 2 days here, 3 days this, like 10 years this, 10 years this. In each project, in each contribution, I share my talents. Therefore, I transactionally interact with other people, with my teammates, and with others in various levels. It's like, I'm telling you this because it's like completely different view on how economy works. Completely, you have not seen this. There are communities on earth who are trying to implement ideas, like parts of these ideas, but all together it's nowhere like this yet. Talents actually are the oldest money. The oldest money was called talent. um And so, what changes? The fundamental value is earth, not gold. It means, that's why I mentioned the identity of the guardians of the earth, because the most valuable people are not going to be the bankers, but the farmers, the ones who are going to feed us. Because the very, very basic thing is that the earth is here for us. The earth gives its fruit to us. You know, it doesn't matter if the fruit is banana or the fruit is hemp or linen or clay or iron. I don't know. So those people who are going to tend the earth and take care of the earth are going to be the most fundamentally important people. And then the others are basically in service to these people. Like right now, we are in service to governments, to banks, etc. It's gonna, the tables will turn. I am not a gardener. I'm not gonna be the most important people on the earth. But I really truly believe that this turnover can happen once we actually start with who are hands on healing the earth, and then the rest are in service to those, and then we move on. If you know what Klaus Schwab is, yay, I'm kind of his mirror type of thing. Um, World Economic Forum at this moment have a slogan: "You will own nothing and you will be happy." Well, I say the total opposite. I say you will own everything and you will be happy. You can argue whether or not it's the same thing. One could say that, nothing and everything is the same thing. Not really, honey. I'm introducing shareholder economy. There are things like that happening on Earth. It's going to shift, it's going to break your ego big time. Yet, I believe that's the only way how can we distribute wealth and abundance, and still there will be, let's say, poorer people and richer people. It's still going to happen like this, but there won't be possible that there's homeless people and billionaires living in the same street. It's not possible, or in the same earth, right? um and of course, circular economy. Everyone's talking, like everyone, I mean, but like people are talking about it. What it means, like in simple terms, circular economy means that when you draw a blueprint for something you want to create, I want to create this cup, or in a building, or a phone, or a car, or chair, whatever. I have to take into consideration the whole life circle of this thing, which means I have to know where do these parts come from when I put it together, how long is it going to live, and where it's gonna go after death, and how it's gonna change, either in recycling, or it's gonna just dissolve in the earth. Okay, so circular economy means that we are stopping being reckless with our production, because that's exactly what is happening. Okay, you watch the Netflix movie on waste, and it's a brilliant movie. um and yeah, let's come together to, because right now it's not easy to do it. Like in our everyday lives, it's not easy to do it, and I want to make it easy, and I want to make it accessible even for those who does not know what the hell are they doing. All right. And so proportional wealth means that there are no fixed prices, there are proportionate exchange of value. It's really weird to explain again it in a couple of sentences, but just try to imagine how it is that, for example, to work with someone, like to work with me, for example, as a coach one on one, it does not cost this or that fixed amount of money. It costs 10% of your monthly income the month we work together. Are you ready for it? Yes, no? Let's do it or no? It means that you will pay. It There are a lot of minor details that change, like it It differs whether or not you're buying, I don't know, a candy or a car. Okay. But it's all proportionate. And all the things are built in circular economy to last. We el- if money is not the main aim, if sole purpose, slow living, amazing shit is the main purpose, then we just make stuff to last. It's stupid to buy a phone every 2 years, but they are made so that in 2 or maybe 3 years they break down so that you would buy a new one. And there is way too many phones in piles of garbage where we don't know what to do with it. So, you know the thing. It's not only about phones. I was just using it as an example, but let's stop producing things that don't last. Okay. So, this Internet 4.0, haha, basically, for each being, this new platform is all in one. There is no need to spend more time than necessary online. We all know that where your attention goes, your energy flows. That's like the basics, okay? And so we already see that there is war on consciousness and there's war for your attention. It's nothing new. It's just that this new Internet 4.0 is gonna be built so that you can find everything there in one place. And at the same time, there's not really a way to lose yourself in degrading the what I want to say is that there are ways how can we see the problems that are there, address them, and courageously make better choices. That's all I'm going to say about this topic. About privacy issues. Right now, people are hyped up on privacy, but I don't know, Zuckerberg knows everything about you. Well, not him personally, obviously, but like these companies, they know you more than your mother. And the antidote for this privacy issues is in blockchain, everything is transparent. And it also means that we are taking responsibility of what we're doing. And if I'm not willing for all the world to see it, what I'm doing, like what kind of choices am I making? Obviously, your private life, what you're living outside of the internet, like you don't have to share it. But whatever transactions you have, whatever work you're doing, whatever projects you're building, whatever ideas you're having, it should be public knowledge because then we can be more responsible of our choices and we can hold each other accountable. Like this is some grown up shit, honey, right? Um, yeah, it's exciting. It's like so far for your comfort zone, but it's exciting, I think. Okay, so now about this profile. And further on, we have gone through all of this. And now let's see. If we have this Internet 4.0, then we each have a profile there, which is kind of all together my LinkedIn profile, my YouTube channel, my, I don't know, CV, but it's kind of LinkedIn. It's just everything I am doing and having and have done in my life. That's all there. So it's kind of really easy to interact with others wherever you go. So in this profile, there would be all your talents and all your levels of mastery in different paths. In some level, you're an apprentice. In some level, in some path, you are a professional. In another path, you're a complete newbie, and so on and so on. And then there are also your divine talents, basically your soul's blueprint, what you're naturally good at. And this is combining with the stuff you see on the right side. As well as there are your assets and there are your passions, like what you love to do, even if you're not pursuing this as a mastery path, you just love to do it. All right. And then you can connect with people from all around the world. Doesn't matter, for each of your needs and wishes to be met, because we are social beings, and this pandemic of loneliness can be healed easily, honestly. Um, but as we have gone so far, we can, use some technology to do it for us. And so on the right side, this is about me actually. I in Mayan calendar I'm 10 Akbal, which is about empowerment and about depth. Akbal is well, so it's deep, deep depths. I'm a projector 1-3, so I'm here to guide humanity towards the new paradigm, and I'm here, and my strategy is to wait for an invitation, and I'm an experimenter. And in tarot profile, mm, my higher self is the card of High Priestess, and my soul's home is the world. So this is what I'm doing, right? This is right on brand for me. And there would be also, oh, these are details. There could be a lot of other things. Of course, resonance. It's your level of vibration. It's easier to co-create with people in your level of resonance, and it can be measured. I'm just a little fan of the vibrations and resonances and stuff like that. So it can be measured, it can be put online as well. So, what else is there on your page? Well, there are obviously this project economics. So, there are your current endeavors, there are concepts in development, and then there are endorsed initiatives. Why is this important? Because what I believe is that there won't be companies per se, businesses by per se. There are corporations, and yet um, everything is built upon individuals. So this bottom up approach kind of asks us to be our own brand. So my brand is Anita, and this is me, and I can do a lot of different stuff, and I can stop doing the things, and I can make this transactional relationship movement currency going on with the world in various ways. As we explore our multidimensional self, we can, yeah, it's a way also to appreciate a lot more social work, which will be more and more of value as we go through this initiation into the new earth, right? It will be valuable. And so, in this area, if we are meeting once a month in a hackathon, obviously there are people that you would like to meet and co create new events together with. And once a month, you can write a video or a blog post or something like that to showcase what are you doing, what kind of endeavors are you experiencing or supporting, or what are your new ideas, what have you discovered in your research, and stuff like that. It can be about anything, anything, anything. And then artificial intelligence just systemizes that. Imagine like YouTube systemized to a T. Um, and so it's kind of a library of knowledge and coherent and amazing path forward into coherent worldview. This is kind of the aim, right? And there are, as I mentioned, in this whole big structure of the world, is that there are new methods of how to distribute knowledge, and this is a part of it, right? This is like super easy way to show what the profile would look like, but it's one place where all your mm, life assets, information are held, right? What you receive and what you give out to the world. And so everyone can interact with you. And then also, for example, if you're a family, like there will be a husband, a wife, and two children, and then the husband would be a carpenter who's very good at particularly making amazing, beautiful design chairs, and his hobby is snowboarding, and he has back problems, for example. And the wife is a musician, and also she creates earrings, and she loves to give also, music lessons to children, stuff like that. And then the children are one, likes art, the other one likes football. So there's also this artificial intelligence also knows that you are a family, and there are your needs and your wishes and what you give out in the world and what you would love to receive. So for example, the father needs someone who can help him with his spine issues directly, this, exactly that. Mother, for example, wants to learn, don't know, belly dance. And so this artificial intelligence takes into consideration all of this and finds a place in the world where you can do it, where you can be of service, and where you can get service that you need. So it's transactional, yet it's on point for your soul's development. And so there would be a lot of places for um, you as an individual. Maybe for family, it narrows down because there are needs for each member of the family, and where there all of these needs are met and all of these wishes are fulfilled, maybe there are not a lot of spaces and places in the world, but you can still choose. That's what I believe. And so we can ground in this sharing of knowledge and tourism of knowledge also in this way. Okay. So, about this bottom up approach, now we are experiencing still patriarchy, but we are moving towards holarchy. In a lot of places, we are already living like that. Yet still, there are people on top who are commanding and controlling whatever's happening with people on the bottom, let's say. Bottom up approach means that we, each individual soul, are taking responsibility for everything that happens in my life. So if I live in this space, that's my responsibility. And my responsibility is also the nearest things, like the nearest school, the nearest whatever common areas. They are part of my responsibility because I live here. Okay. And we co create these spaces. And I co create also, for example, online with my intellectual information, knowledge, my assets, intellectual assets, together with people all around the world in my particular topic. So when I draw these circles, what I wanted to show you is that one person can be in different areas connected. You see, there's one point can be in one circle, another one, and another one, or at one point you can just move out of these circles and you can say, you know what, I really need to do some soul searching, and I would love to live in woods alone in a house somewhere and just meditate for 6 months, and it is possible. If we create reality where it's acceptable to step out of society and tend to your own inner garden so that you can be of greater service to the whole collective, then basically there are a lot of ways how this person is still um of value, because we will go through it, but there are only some uh things on earth that are in resistance to our greatness. Once we make our great, like, in the bottom, if each individual make the vector of I'm pursuing my greatness as a soul here on earth, the whole thing changes. All these questions become easier to answer, and I will tell you why. But let's go back a little bit to the economy part. Project economy, it's already what is happening in a lot of places. It's about collaboration, and each project has many layers. First of all, in this reality, why the primary question, why are we doing anything at all, would not be profit. All right. And it just this change changes a lot. Simon Sinek has amazing career based on why. But this is very, very important. Truly, if we answer why at the beginning and everyone agrees on why, we can move further on. For example, here I am telling you, I am um, that's my proposal of a project. Let's make this 4.0 internet and hackathons and all these beautiful things. Why? Because people are lonely, people are not happy, and if we want to create happy society, we need to change everything upside down, like literally upside down. And why is for the highest good of all. How can we create an environment where soul can thrive and, embark on this creative journey of um, my awesomeness as a soul? Okay. So once there is why, like for example, this is my proposal of why to do it. This, the whole thing, the whole presentation is why. Then there could be people that say, I know how to do it. I know how to do the hackathon. I know how to do this and that part. Once these people are like, hey, okay, let's do it, then there are people who are supporting this in different ways. Maybe they can, I don't know, make a video or coach someone in the group or I don't know, buy something for someone or stuff like that. The support team, there could be various ways how can one support any project. And the last and the biggest part of people are users, influencers, and affiliates who make this happen big time. And it doesn't matter what project it is. We can use this as an example, but it could be about anything, right? Where many different people come together, like visionaries, artisans, innovators, explorers, master craftsmen, advertising, blah, blah, blah. All these different types of people, and many more, obviously, and co create and collaborate for one thing to happen. And there can be many things that you are involved with. Because, as I mentioned, there is this hierarchy of force and wealth at this moment. The more money you have, the more power you have. In New Earth, it will be slightly different. Still, money will be completely different, as you already can kind of feel this uh, transformation of money and wealth. Um, Yet, obviously, there will be wealthier people and less wealthy people. That's totally normal and it's totally okay. Um, and then it's not that there will be like super elite rich people and super elite people in power. It will be a lot more distributed, decentralized. Okay. So there's these partnerships in mastery unions. It's like something similar like labor unions at this moment. But those are interested in the same thing. Those are people that are passionate about the same thing, that they're passionate about research and development and growth in this area or some sort of area. You can read down below. I have put there, you know, the basic ones that should be a priority, builders, because we have all these houses and it's stupid that we have homeless people on earth. And I'm not saying one country or another. On earth there are enough houses for everybody. It's just lack of good management that we have homeless people. And new house, okay, let's not go there. Art, life is art, and everything should be art. And as artificial intelligence are taking nonsense jobs away from people, good for us. So many people are afraid that they're going to lose jobs. Well, yes, because there's this fear of how I'm going to pay rent. In this reality, there are no rent. It's just, it changes. Once we are shareholders, our main responsibility is to be responsible for houses. It's going to be slightly different. We'll get there. But it's just there are more possibilities to create art. And these people who are going to lose jobs sooner than later because of AI, they can spend time in soul searching and in learning and starting to be of service in completely other way, because there, won't be banks and stuff. Logistics, it's amazing topic about how are we going to distribute everything and travel. And obviously, there are enthusiasts that are dreaming about completely different types of vehicles, and I'm all for it. Let's do it. Culture, obviously, we need to mature as culture. That's what I mentioned before. And there are people who are in need of collaboration on so many levels, and coaches and soul led, um, not even coaches only, but like shamans and priestesses who are on the path to help culture to evolve. Okay, me as well. um, I write poetry, and I would love someone to create music on my poetry, which I'm not doing. I have one song written and recorded. At one point, maybe more. So, and also science and agriculture. There are so many things that we have discovered as humans, and yet we keep doing bullshit things. And it's because it's easier, and it's because it's hard to, it is hard. There are so many ways, so many, let's say, um, obstacles why on grand scale it's hard at this moment to go full ecological agriculture and do only that. But it's not impossible. It's not. And these obstacles are manipulation. It's not objective truth. Let's just leave it at that. If you are, again, if your soul path is somewhere here, it's your responsibility to master your craft and share it with the world. And so, for example, in this Internet 4.0, this hackathon thing, there are stages on how any project would develop. So, first of all, like right now, this is project overview. Okay. So, I haven't written any compilation of preferred collaboration partners and available positions. I mean, this is kind of self explanatory because I just need to put it out there, and then people who are on similar soul path will find me and invite me as a project. I need to make myself visible. That's my end of responsibility, right? So now it is accessible to everyone in the area or field of interest. At this moment in time, you have found me somewhere online and you have watched this masterclass or this presentation, whatever you call it. And so it's accessible for you. Then everyone with a desire can contribute their ideas, seek to join the team, and share their resources. So now I'm saying, hey, this project is open. If you want to participate in any shape or form, collaborate, blah, 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 let's do it together. So here, target audience, I wrote probably closest within 500-kilometer range. It means in the sense of when the project is local. My project, for example, this one is more intellectual for the whole civilization. It's a completely different thing. But anyway, it's so then when there are people who already say, hey, I would love to join, I would love to do the same thing, let's do it together in one way or another, then it's shown already to more people that are more relevant and they're more targeted. And then the team collaborators in the incubator bring this project details to fruition. So it would be, for example, coming together with 5 generators, let's say, and saying, okay, how are we going to do this hackathon? So we need this, this, and that, and let's do it in this and this and this way. Okay, then there is this hackathon, and then we come together for monthly innovation challenge and community webinar workshop, etc. So we tell other people as well, what are we doing? Then, what's written there underneath my bubble? Salama project completed with the details is now open for a vote, a step towards raising funds. So what it means we are voting with money. So this is about taxes. Mainly, it means that once a month, let's say you have some income, whatever that is, and then there are, I don't know, 20%, for example, that are, let's say, frozen, and you are in charge to distribute your taxes towards projects. There's lists of projects. They can be in your field of interest, they can be in your area, they can be different types of projects. And you can say, okay, 10% of my taxes go there, 50% there, 10% go to this social endeavor, blah, blah, blah. And you distribute your taxes, which means useless projects that people are not supporting are not happening. They're just not happening at all, at all. Okay. And it's ingenious, I believe, to take radical responsibility for everything that happens around me. And I take responsibility of my taxes, which means I get to decide how and where they are distributed. And so now, when there's money, people are starting to develop this project, and then there's cooperation with involved sectors in the relevant location. And then, when the project is kind of done, then there are individuals who are passionate about it, and they sustain project's momentum, and dedicated enthusiasts or cyclical approach make sure that this continues. Right? It can be a shop in the same way. New type of pants can be created, or new type of headphones can be created. Everything, it doesn't matter. People who are enthusiastic about this thing come together, and in this way, in this internet 4.0, any project can happen. If it's just ludicrous, if you're the only one who thinks it's a good idea, it's not going to happen. I'm sorry, honey. If it's good project and people are supporting it, then it's really easy. The same way, it's already happening, things like Kickstarter, um, GoFundMe projects, and stuff like that. We already have something similar. It's just that all economy should be like that, and all taxes should be your responsibility. What's going on there, right? Okay. I already mentioned tourism of knowledge, which means lifelong learning serves as the cornerstone of economics. We as society, we have so much to learn, like so much. We as human beings are using that little of our potential, 2%, 5%, not even 10, I think. Maybe someone. It's just that there is so much potential in us, and we can develop great capacities that are beyond our comprehension at this moment. And so every village, tavern, healing center, scientific laboratory, and another components of the system are afforded the opportunity to post announcements on the platform regarding the specialists they seek. It's the same, the wishes and needs, what I mentioned in the individual profiles. The same are for towns, for monarchies, for cities, areas where people have come together to live together or to create together. And they also can say, hey, we need these type of people, and the system knows that these type of people are somewhere over there, and they get a ping, when they're needed, and then they can decide whether they want to go or not, and vice versa. I want to go somewhere, ping, and then the drill. You kind of can understand, I hope. It's a lot to take in, I know. Um, so, furthermore, individuals are encouraged to develop through the opportunities presented, enhancing their skills, and engaging in environments where they can fully realize their potential. Live, laugh, learn, love. I mean, it's cheesy, but it's true and it's what we need. These are actually basic needs of human beings, and we can create a society where these needs are met. It's possible. And especially because in this age of technology, there are crazy things happening with technology. We don't need artificial wombs. We don't. We have them. But we need something like that. That's what I believe in. So tell me, what do you think? And about business Tinder, this is an interesting concept. So it means Tinder. So it's like all these projects, right? As I said, they're bing, bing, bing um, happening in your profile where you are connected with people in projects where you're needed, because this artificial intelligence knows your divine blueprint, which is basically your, astrology, human design, your soul's blueprint. Then there's logical part of your profile, your skill sets, your um, whatever's going on in your life, your knowledge, abilities, things that you actually know how to do, and how far you have developed your soul blueprint, and natural ones. Um, so this is something that everyone can see. These are projects pursued. These are resources, something that you have, like tangibly have, and yeah, and you can why it's Tinder, because it's in the area. You can put it's either the whole civilization, or it's like 500 kilometers radius, like where are my skills needed, for example, or where are people that are also interested in how to make this happen in 100-kilometer radius, and we can just come together really near and make it happen, right? So there are ways how to make things really easy for human beings. And I believe that technology is here to serve us and not the other way around. So let's make it happen. So, some parts of the areas, logistics, it's obviously a separate industry. When I was studying in the Netherlands, I had to study logistics of tulips to be precise. But what I got to understand that once there are competing companies for logistics, um, it's not done in the best possible way for all of humanity. And there are public transport operations and things and roads that could be done in a better way. And there are these insights, these technologies, these knowledge is already there on Earth. It just let's eliminate stupid stuff. That's what I want to say. In all areas. In all areas, right now on Earth, there are genius people who have realized how to do things in the best possible way. And yet, because we have competition and not working bottom up towards approach, hey, let's do the greatest thing possible, we're not eliminating the stupid stuff. And also here, we are already seeing how the collaboration happen, like projects like Uber and stuff are happening because we are going towards that. And obviously it's about, hey, let's create vehicles that are completely new, completely something else. There are stuff happening on Earth, I know that, and I'm excited for that. Okay, production also something that is my passion, and what I already said and believe that everything that is materially created should come from earth and should be art. And this is respect for the goddess and respect for the mother. And I think that everybody is important enough to live in an environment that is ecological, healthy, and art. And if we don't have to rush in life, and we don't have to do it anymore once the AI is taking care of all the unnecessary, boring shit, we can we can concentrate on collectively producing the best possible solutions for every little detail in this material world. What do you think? I believe that's kind of true. Okay. And now let's go further on. I had to start from the beginning. And the next piece of the puzzle is energy. Obviously, I am sure you have heard of this rabbit hole, or even have gone down there through various holes, because I believe that free energy is the true escape from slavery. If we don't have to pay for energy, then a lot of problems are just basically solved. Imagine all of those things that I said before, and you don't have to pay for energy. And these solutions that we have here, solar energy and wind energy, the solutions, they're not even the best possible. They're not nearly the best possible. And I know people who have created energy sources, alternative energy sources, but as they don't have funding for this, they even try to sell this energy for very cheap, for free. Like even one couple of inventors, I know that they just said to the local community, hey, let us just flush this energy that we have created here in we can give energy to the whole town, because to buy generators and accumulators, it's a lot more expensive than to just give it freely to the whole town. And it wasn't possible, it wasn't allowed. So at the end of the day, it's cheaper and more reliable to just buy energy from the common source. um but it doesn't have to be the thing. It truly does not. And I know people who have been killed because they have invented good shit. Like literally know people. And so what I want to say is that none of these things work separately. And free energy is something that there are solutions out there that I've read or heard of that are amazing, ingenious, and totally possible, yet not allowed because you can't make money off of it, right? And so I believe that there should be a whole ministry with smart, creative minds, and that just solve this problem for all of us and find different solutions, because there are ingenious solutions for every kind of area, for every kind of type of community. And once we have common grid and we can share this energy, like, I mean, come on, like just imagine. It's the stupidest thing ever is that it's possible like tomorrow. We choose not to. So, free energy for everyone at this moment in time, it's not a hypothesis. It is a choice. And that's 100%. And we still choose this random stupid thing because of greed and because of hierarchy of money. So I'm just getting fired up here because don't know whatever. Blah, blah, blah. Let's move on. In shareholder economy and guardians of the earth philosophy, there's one thing that's going to be triggering for a lot of people. Is that you can own only as much property as you can daily take care of. So basically, there's no such thing as rent and stuff like that. It works completely differently. We can go into it in details in another conversation. Is that if I live here, I take care of this space, and there are builders and maintenance people that just love to do it, and they are in the area, and that's their only job, to help all the town, for example, to maintain their houses in the best possible way because they are passionate about how to do it. And so everyone contributes in a way. Or just, the houses all are built in a way that they stay for a long time, and it's easy to repair them, or it's easy to reschedule, not reschedule, remodel, and stuff like that. And so if I can take care of one place like this, that's all. And I still have shared property with people that I share, the town or the city with. So I am co responsible for these areas. Obviously, there are people who are a little bit more responsible, and their responsibility is to get other people to help out when it's necessary. But it's important that we understand that these things are going to change. Right now, World Economic Forum also is going towards something like that, but from the completely other perspective. You will not own anything and you will rent everything. And this is a dangerous territory because that's complete slavery. Think about it. And about existing buildings are being renovated. We have so many buildings in this world, enough for everybody. And young men and women should learn how to do these things with hands, because actually a lot of people love to do home makeovers and renovate stuff and stuff like that. Obviously, if it's completely different world where they don't need to pay rent, and they can just do their passion and remodel homes, I mean, it's amazing. And then we can find more sustainable solutions for a lot of problems that may occur. And new buildings should be built only if they are sustainable in all the ways. I have another presentation about how to build the greatest home possible by implementing, eco building stuff together with new architecture findings, together with sacred geometry or biohacking ingredients and stuff like that. It is possible, it is amazing, and it is important that we create housing and buildings in general that last at least 10 generations. Like, if the building is built to stay there for 500 years, hell yeah, let's do it. If it's meant to stay there for 2 3 years, it's not relatable, it's not sustainable, it's just not, it doesn't make sense. All of these ideas are about, let's stop doing senseless things and do the smart thing. It's just what it is, honestly. All right. um about store chains, again, imagine a world where there are no competitions. There are brands that are just people. Each individual designer is a brand for clothing, for example, or each individual person that's just has developed something, they're a brand. Or people who come together, 10 people, for example, together, they could create a brand for a thing, and then they contribute to create it, yet it's not a company as we know it now. So, main idea is to create spaces where we take care of each other and share our art, right? Everything is art, as we already established. So, it's logical that there are no salespeople per se, but everyone who is in that area, in that store, in that place, they gather people that are passionate about these things. If there's a beauty boutique, then there are people who are passionate about beauty, and they share their knowledge and they share their craft and they share whatever is going on in that moment. And you just walk in and you spend the day there, and yeah, awesome. Or the same with clothing stores with designers and stylists, or children's goods stores with development pedagogues and stuff like that. It's just logical, it just makes sense. And it's not that I can create a business and not take care of it and just be on the other side of the world and don't care what's going on there. um And that's the groundwork. If we imagine world that is built upon these principles that I shared at the beginning, it just happens so that everyone is on the path to their greatness, on contributionalism, and sharing values and sharing this amazing love towards the earth, towards one another, and going further and further into this new earth creative energy. Like, it's just cool. I don't know. What do you think? Like, that's what I believe. Okay, I just want to touch briefly. It's another a great topic, obviously. It's the law. Legislation is based on cosmic law, of the law of God, let's say. Okay. And if we break the law, it just means that we're harming ourselves and others. And it means that we need healing, not prison. It means that something, maybe we haven't understood something, because there are laws on this earth that are just there. And you can do whatever the hell you want. While we are in this body, walking this earth, there are rules, there are laws of the mind, of the consciousness, that are just there. And it doesn't matter what I think about them, it doesn't matter what you think about them. They're just there. And there are ways how to live better and better life. And by so total freedom is not rule breaking. It's actually knowing all the rules and knowing how to get quickest from A to Z, because I know the rules. I know how mind works, body works, soul works. I know how this reality works. I know the law by heart so that I can choose, set an intention, and just make shit happen. And if I'm like bluntly breaking the law, then something's not right, right? There has to be healing that needs to happen, and not some malicious intent. That's what I believe. Okay, there are a lot more rules, there are a lot more laws. We can take, for example, the idea that the earth has 48 laws and we should thrive for 24 and stuff like that, but maybe someone's living by 98 laws. And um, what I want to say is that once we actually digest what is important in this reality, there are not so many laws. It's not that hard. We can learn it in second grade and just live by them and live happily. Freedom is being responsible for the law and knowing the rules and knowing because it's total freedom. I know that, because basically the law of the mind is this binary code: if then. That's all it is, the binary of ones and zeros. If then. And there are these basic if thens that could be bent. Okay, but it's like further down the line. Let's just say that at the beginning we should understand them as collective and agree that the laws of the physics, for example, they're just there. And it means that the law of people is connected to everything that happens, like in natural world. And our if then mind rules, they're just there. I mean, what else to say? Let's just not obey the rules. Just let's understand them, and let's take responsibility that we have chosen to incarnate in a place where there are such rules. That's about it. And so all these things, they happen both within moon cycle and sun cycle. It's kind of the balance between masculine and feminine as well, right? So the moon cycle I already mentioned, we have every new moon, we have hackathon, every full moon, we maybe have some kind of meditation event, or women's circles, men's circles, and stuff like that. And so we can go in this rhythm both in male and female energies, moon and sun energies. And it's an interesting topic because in my native language, sun is feminine, moon is masculine. Usually it's the other way around, and both these ways they create different cultures. That's interesting to watch. Anyway, and also the sun cycle. Obviously, the cycle through seasons. It's just the rhythm that we have, and so if we don't have to rush to to reach some imaginative monetary goals, then we can actually just go in the slower cycle of 1 year for in this instance, and create our lives better and better, and create our lives more conscious and sustainable in all areas, and plan long term. We're planning super short term. If still on earth there are cultures who plan 200, 300, 500 years like ahead, and I think that's quite smart. So maybe let's learn from them. So what I want to say is that everything already is. This life is brilliant miracle that everyone has the right to discover from birth. And as a government, we have a choice to limit it by making life as complicated as possible in bureaucratical processes, or to support it by creating an environment for innovation, growth, and the unlocking of potential. We have a choice, and every day, step by step, we make this choice. So I'm asking you, what do you choose, and how much can you take responsibility for your choices? And to speak about that a little bit further, let's step into another part of this presentation. Completely different question. Do you believe in free will? I have contemplated this question all my life, and what I have found is that I was shown that we don't choose the date of birth and we don't choose the date of death. And in the middle, there are parallel lines, lifelines, let's say, timelines, whatever, where we get to choose. And our each choice drives us further away from our true soul's path or towards our true soul's path. And so we can drift away from our path somewhere in the bushes, and it's fine. You can do that. Or we can go the straight path. And once we are in this automatic mechanical reality where we just do what we're told, where we're just following our instincts, then we don't have a choice. We just do whatever. And that's why there are people who can predict future and stuff like that, because it's all determined. Yet, when we start to awaken, when we go through the dark night of the soul, when we start to break the patterns, we start to make choices. We start to exercise free will. And then at one point, when we're actually on our soul paths and fulfilling our destiny, again, suddenly we somehow don't have a choice. Like right now, I know for sure if I'm not going to do this, I won't be happy. I won't be fulfilled. I won't be calm. I won't be abundant. I won't be love filled. I won't be like, my purpose in life is to express whatever is within me. This is me expressing whatever is within me, right? This is me doing my job. And I love that. I love being here with you. I love sharing these things that have been sitting in me, basically. And I know that I don't really have a free will. Maybe I have a free will of whether I'm drinking coffee or tea or juice or whatever. But actually, I don't even know. um, we do have free choice. And at one point, we kind of actually, oh, again, we don't. We just follow our true soul's path. Okay. And then we don't choose. We just magnetize whatever's in our highest good. We don't choose like, oh, I choose this. No. If my choosing is let it happen, whatever is in my highest good and the highest good of all, then I just go on this journey of life. and stuff happens, and I'm like, yeah, baby, what else do you have in store for me? Right? And it's just like a flirt with the world, with reality, with life, with God, with goddess, and it's fun and it's awesome. And that's what I would love to share, that it's totally possible, even if you're in deep shit and like deep in addictions, deep in reality, it's possible to rise up because I've done it. I know how it's down there. And it's incredible. I have put a lot of work in that, but I kind of know what works, what not. So, what are the main obstacles to exercise free will? First of all, is the matrix programming and ideas about reality that are keeping us small. Slave mentality. It's an actual problem, let's say. Slave mentality is deeply embedded in our consciousness, and it takes a lot of time and practice to get out of it. It's not easy. It's like we can't even catch the idea, catch thought, la la la, and then boom, fuck, I'm already again in that one. Um, but yeah, we can totally do it. Second of all, is lack of connection with love-filled true self because of trauma. So there are five core traumas here on the right. I listed all of them. We all have them. We all have them. So it's not like you can choose. Yeah, really. You just have them. More or less, deeper or not, it's another question. But if you haven't addressed them, they're there. Abandonment wound, emotional dependence, fear of loneliness. It's also the place where all the addictions come from. Okay, so weed, alcohol, gaming, porn, shopping, whatever addiction is, it's a abandonment wound. Rejection wound is people pleasing, all that jazz. Humiliation wound is lack of self-esteem, guilt, lack of boundaries, just not knowing your worth and stuff like that. Betrayal wound, it's when it's hard to trust and we have to control everything, and it's really a resentment towards God, and it's really deep. We have to go there. And wound of injustice, this is also very important to address. Wound of injustice, once we go to fill with love and soul, politics and economy and stuff like that, because there are injustice wounds for everyone. It depends on the culture, it depends on where you're from and what is your background, but um, it's there. So face your shadow. It's important. And the third thing, it's like you can't see it because my face is in front of it, but it's body wisdom demonization. And I want to touch this subject a little bit deeper, because body wisdom demonization is a denial of what a woman actually is. Matt Walsh created this cool movie called What is a Woman? And basically, he didn't understand the question in the movie. He just showed how ridiculous is this reality at the moment. But also, I want to say that it is necessary at this moment to ask this question. And what we see right now is exactly the process that so many people are awakening to realize what a woman is, and what womb is, and what miracle is that, and what does it mean for us, and to realize how unsafe this world is for a woman's body at this moment in time. um and all these, it's like, it is very mundane, it is very spiritual, it is very um traumatized topic, yet it is probably one of the most important topics, because it it's not only for women, it's for men as well, to understand where they come from. People did not come from a rib, they came from a womb. And also this switch is kind of like, okay, let's just take a minute and think about it, okay? So denial could look like food is plastic, if not poison, air and water pollution, synthetic environment, misuse of sexual power, porn, beauty industry, pharmacy, fast fashions, gender bias, logic over intuition, etc., etc., etc. So this is a topic that I'm really truly glad that this movement of embodiment of sexual reclamation and sacred sexuality, that this wave is happening. It's going on. And yet, um also in tantra world, there are way too many possibilities to re-traumatize yourself still, because and it's like we're on the path. Any reality, any area of human life, whatever is going on right now at the moment, all the shit is surfacing, and we are forced to look at it. It's not like it hasn't been there. It has been there all along. We just haven't seen it. And what is going on, we have to face it. And this is exactly why all these areas are, all this trauma, all this hurt is more visible than ever. And we have to be somehow careful. But at the same time, we if the energy is sleeping within me, for example, within you, or whatever, within collective as well, if the energy is sleeping, it's just sleeping. Once it wakes up, it's a little bit crunchy, you know? It has been sleeping for 10,000 years, and I'm like, I just woke up, motherfuckers. What are you doing here? So it's not gonna be really happy for a while. And if the energy is not really happy, it's this crunchy, gnarly, weird energy. It may hurt someone, or it may do something, and the ripple effect could be not pleasant for a while. But it's kind of necessary step, so that it could so that we could face it, see it, feel it, love the hell out of it, so we can divinize that. And that's about everything, everything in this reality, in our lives, and in the body as well. Divinize your body. And it is accepting that it's superhuman, ideally made vehicle for the soul. Oh, I can talk for hours about this topic. Um, so, because of these three main reasons: first, programming; secondly, unresolved trauma; and mistreated body, we really cannot exercise free will, because we act from reactions, not decisions. And for women, even it's worse somehow. Last time Eve made a decision to open her eyes and differ good and evil, she was damned by God himself. It's kind of crazy if you think about it. Yet it's so clear, and it's so obvious, and it's so easy. If we know where to look, and if we address the right issues, just a couple of years and you're done, baby. So, um, we all know that there are people or whatever that is, who are taking advantage of this. You may know Illuminati, you may have heard of shadow government, you may know what BlackRock and Vanguard is, you may think that satanic elite cult is running the show, or you may think that Simpsons are responsible for all the programming of our reality. Whatever the case may be, there are these entities, and I call it the false god. The governmental system, the banking system, and the religious system, kind of the false god, who is, how to say, enslaving souls, basically. That's what it is. And keeping people under pressure, and keeping people in fear. Once there's fear, obviously people are very easily manipulated. So this triangle, this false god, at this moment in time shows up in the governmental system as the World Economic Forum, in banking system, in money system, it's Vanguard and BlackRock, and the story of Eden, the illusion of good and evil, in the part of religion. If you don't know what I'm talking about, if you haven't read Genesis and the story of Bible, please do. It's like 2 pages. You can handle it. If you don't know what Vanguard and BlackRock is, please go and take a look. If you don't know who Klaus Schwab is, please take a look. Do your homework. It's important that we know it, because they are part of us. They are here for our benefit. They are here to teach us something. They are here to put enough pressure so that we break free. Okay? They are here for us, not against us, yet. They're putting pressure so that we stay small. Resistance creates power within us. Okay? That's what I believe. And so if you see this video, I can say with 100% certainty that you chose to incarnate in this time to find your true passion, to free your voice, to free the voice of your soul, and to be an active part of evolution we are experiencing. If you have gone through the shadows of World Economic Forum, Story of Eden, Vanguard, BlackRock, if you have integrated these shadows within yourself, honey, you're ready. Chat me up, let's do it. So, me as Anita, as soul, I want to enter this competition. There's a competition going on. What are we going to do? Where are we steering this civilization? Well, this is my plan. This is what I want to do. I want to offer an alternative point of view about how civilization can go forward. Part of my soul's mission is to free people from mental slavery, and it can happen through soul empowerment. So, let's assume your self esteem is great and you are walking your soul path totally. Can you see that there are other people in your life that are doing the same? And how could you collaborate with them? So, this is your divine triangle, your individual one for each and one of us. It's our soul's blueprint, our unique genius, and life as the neutralizing point, as teacher, as God, Goddess, Holy Spirit, three in one, life that happens to me, that I live moment to moment, moment to moment, moment to moment, my life. Okay? The greatest teacher of all. That's what it is. And once we pay attention, and where attention goes, energy flows, right? Once we address the shadow and then pay all this new energy and this new attention towards our soul's blueprint, our unique genius in our life, we come together and we create amazing things. Yet, there are different stages of this development. So, I want to ask, what stage are you in at this moment? And it's completely okay. Obviously, we can talk about many, many more stages. I just wrote seven just to give a framework. These seven stages, something that I have gone through, and I have seen other people gone through. So, where are you at? Maybe you just start to realize that there is more to you and that you may have lied to yourself. Is that true? The second stage I would call it like, I live in lies, surrounded by idiots and NPCs, and I'm lonely. That's a valid stage. The third stage is, I have died 10 times already, and I start to open my eyes to possibilities that are out there. An amazing stage to be at. An amazing stage. The next one is, I have found people that are on a spiritual path and we do cool shit together and work hard to protect our bubble. This is incredibly valuable stage, yet it teaches you about boundaries. It teaches you about protecting your bubble, but it's still the bubble you're in. And then you go the next stage. I have died 1,000 times, and I realized that I have been using spirituality to escape from my true path. I live in a paradox. I don't know who I am and what I am doing here, and I deeply love myself, and I know that I do my best to express that. This is wonderful stage, true wisdom path. The next one I call, I have claimed my mountain. It has been painful and lovely journey, yet I am that I am, and I'm sharing my gifts with the world because we are all one. This is the stage that I'd say I'm at this moment in time. And number seven is I am. It's amazing stage. And let's touch it once in a while. Yet, let's remember that we are human beings. And now imagine that there are 55 million of us. Deep breath. How does that look like? Take a moment to breathe it in. People who understand these things, people who are willing to go in one direction to co create a new earth. Tell me, what do you see? What do you feel? Where's the resistance? What's your mind saying? What bubbles up in your body? It's right around the corner. We're all together in this. Everything is possible, darling. And for the very last part of our presentation, I want to touch the subject of mine and yours individual path into co creating this new earth and taking responsibility for our soul gifts on the level of civilization. Because I believe that absolutely only way how can we free ourselves is by remembering our roles in the big picture. So zoom out, zoom out, zoom out, zoom out, zoom out, and boom, ignite the fire within and just burn in soul fire and share it with the world. That's truly how I believe it can happen. And on the self basis, it means growing out of a lot of things. Here I mentioned three: growing out of I'm the chosen one, because there are thousands, if not millions, of the chosen ones at this moment on earth. And we're many, like the last movie of The Matrix. If you saw it, it's wonderful. The ending is exactly spot on. We are more than we can imagine, and all unique and necessary. Let's let's support each other. It's like the main priority, to be honest. And also growing out of I'm gonna save the world. We're not saving anyone. We're just doing what we came here to do. We're fulfilling our greatest destiny. You're not saving anyone. You're just doing your divine part by growing and sharing and making love to the universe. And the third one is the idea that if it's in my path, then it's going to be easy and in flow. That's bullshit. That's not true. Also, shit is moving forward in the flow. So the source is on the other side. Go hard to meet it before you can relax, and then flow yourself and go on your way into the oneness. It's important that we understand these things. And I'm here to remind you of your divine responsibility to exercise your free will of love. Because there are people who freely exercise their free will to introduce humanity to voluntary slavery, and as an excellent idea. And in free will, they can choose it. Yet, there are souls who have come here to introduce another way for how to exercise one's free will. Harder way, more complicated way, and more rewarding way. Let's do it. So, first of all, to grow as a soul to the size of civilization, you have to face the shadow, the size of civilization. Second of all, to channel pure info from your higher self, you have to learn discernment about source of knowledge, because false god entities are super eager to give you amazing ideas what to do or what to believe while you still doubt your greatness. And thirdly, you will have to keep learning new things that are not your favorite, so you can actually give your gifts to the world in the highest quality while collaborating and not competing with your fellow co creators. I believe these three are essential skill set, so that whatever we're creating is actually in our highest good. And I've learned this the hard way. The same that you don't have to. Like, I'm telling you this. Like, I'm holding the torch. Go. You have everything you need. Because the most difficult thing in the deep feminine rising thing is to shift between numbness and feeling. And all our society is built right now to numb people down, because people who feel are not right on time, they are not capable of doing things in the right deadline sometimes, right? They don't rush, they don't consume as much, they don't need so many stuff, etc., etc. So there are industries meant to numb people down, and all of them are shifting already. They need our help. And by they, I mean also the energy body of the idea behind the industry. And this is very important. And this is what I mean, that seen and unseen world are standing next to each other in equality, also in politics. So, the energy behind the words, the energy behind ideas. I have listed here on the right, some of the main, let's say, industries that really needs needs some divinization to happen. Yet there are people who are already doing that, hands on doing that. And the rest who are not maybe doing hands on, we can do it within ourselves. So within ourselves, we can take in this word, this industry, like beauty industry. What does it mean to you? What does it trigger? What kind of shadow can you notice in your path that is connected to this industry? How can you heal it? How can you heal collective shadow by alchemizing this within yourself? So, within from all these, medicine, entertainment, beauty, economy, self help, defense, technology, clothing, transportation, real estate, tourism, energy, which one triggers you the most? Take a moment here. Which one triggers you the most? Because this is a breadcrumb on your breadcrumb trail, right? This points towards your dharma, towards your soul path. Triggers are holy teachers. The same is which one interests you the most. And it is also a part of your dharma, part of your path, part of whatever you came here to understand. And most importantly, which area are you ready to play, honey? Which area is the one that lights you up? Mm-mm-mm. I'm sure there's some, at least part of it. It is interesting because when I say what area lights you up, I want to see what gets triggered within you as well. Mm. Now, I want to touch an interesting subject, one of my favorite tools in the toolbox of mine, emotional vibrations. So it's the scale of emotions. There are two parts of the scale. The left part goes from bottom up and ends in covert hostility, and then the right one also from bottom up. The first one is covert hostility, so they kind of go together. Behind my face, there's there's failure, and then there's shame and regret, but and blame, and but let's not go there. Hopefully, you're above that already. I have lived in shame most of my life. That has been my biggest demon, and that's even below body death. So you can imagine how terrible was my life. So um take a look and choose three that you feel the most at this moment. Whichever three, or let's say at the past 3 months. Which ones uh, were your mundane feelings? Okay, hopefully you chose already three. The thing is that um, all of these, they are hmm, parts of the game. Uh, in a way, one of them is your baseline, is something that you are, the place where you are. Other one could be the mask that you show in society, in public, within your friends and colleagues. The baseline is the one you feel when you stay alone. When you're alone, what do you feel? How does your body feel when you're alone? That's the question. And then probably the third one could be also momentarily. Something happened and you won a lottery and like, I got so enthusiastic and excited. And then maybe you got to know that a friend died and you just are grief struck. Okay. But that's not like your baseline. The thing is, our aim is to obviously move higher and higher in this scale of emotions. And I would like to talk a minute about covert hostility, the one that's on the top and on the bottom of the list, because this is the scary one. It's really hard to notice that one in oneself and in others. Why? So, covert hostility, this is basically whatever we were speaking about, said a false god. So these are the big industries. This is the media. These are all the advertisements, the movies and stuff like that. So this is alcohol, for example. What it means is like, hey, it's so funny, it's fun, and yay, we're all friends and we're going out and we're having fun and we're drinking alcohol and we're like, yay. But we know it's actually bad for our body, for our mind, for our relationships. We know that. Yet, we cover it with smiles and fun and sex and awesome time. The same with pharmacy. Yay, you're gonna get better. Just take these pills. It's gonna be awesome. And yet, you become addicted to them. It's like, oh, yeah, this new fashion trend. Take a look at this one. And it's actually built on child trafficking and child slavery somewhere in third world country, right? So these all of these things are covert hostility. This is like a threshold that determines whether or not we are enslaved by these bigger entities. As you can see on the left, like I've talk about like it's doomsday. Sorry, it's just I feel really emotional sometimes about these things. It is important. It is serious. So on the left side, we can see that just under covert hostility is anxiety, fear, and despair. And this is the answer to the question why every second person is anxious nowadays. Because these entities, these beings, these industries are keeping a lid so that your soul cannot express itself. Because we don't want to go in covert hostility. We don't want to be like them. So we just keep small ourselves and we experience anxiety and fear and despair and terror and numbness. And there's numb and all these other things. Obviously, if we are grieving, if we're in grief, we have to go. Like my parents just died. Did I mention that? I think I did. Um, and obviously, I was grieving and I felt hopeless at points. But then as I know this and I have my toolbox and I went really consciously to meet death of my father, the most recent one, right? 1 month and a half ago. I was there beside him. I held his body, not really, like my hands were on his heart, the moment when he took his last breath. And it was beautiful. And I was there. And I was there for the past 4 days before he died. And so I really went there knowing what I'm going into. And it was beautiful. As beautiful as it can be, truly. So at the same time, I let myself be in grief until the end, until bones, till my guts grieved it out, screamed it out, yelled it out, loved it out of me. And so I went step by step, higher and higher and higher and higher, until I could record this video, right? um, and it's really visible how I went through all these stages, how I just felt numb at one point, and how I felt fear of going further on in my life, realizing that I don't have any parent, and just a new way of life is starting, and blah 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 blah. And doom scrolling. When I was in covert hostility, I found myself doom scrolling. I just like, fuck, this is covert hostility, like, and I don't care. And when I get higher, I get no sympathy towards people. On the right side, already above covert hostility, we see no sympathy. I said something to my son and he got upset, and I felt it in me. I don't care that he's upset. I feel bad. I can't help myself. I can't help him. I don't care. I have no sympathy whatsoever. It's terrible, terrible feeling. And then I went through resentment and hate, and anger is another interesting threshold, because our society has demonized anger, but actually healthy anger and sacred rage is reclaiming their true power. Women, sacred rage, this is our power, right? And we don't want to go there. Most of the time, we'd rather stay in hate and be these hateful Facebook, YouTube commentators, and just comment stuff and just um, because we don't want to admit that our next step is actually anger to get better, right? Because once we had hit anger, we have to hit the pain to get higher. We have to understand where are the pain points. And then we hit antagonism. Antagonism in society right now is, a lot of people are waking up already in these areas, above covert hostility, above the system, above the matrix, above these industries. And it's all these protests going against, rebelling against the system. I have been there. I have led many protests in COVID time in my country, and I have done all these things. And it is antagonism, full on. Antagonism is going against, where it's good and evil fighting. When there's someone where I'm against something. Once we go again further on, we get bored at one point. And this is important because boredom is again threshold. There are several, as you can see. Boredom is the threshold where we make a choice. The red arrow is destruction. Everything that's below boredom is destruction. This is why when people get bored, they sometimes turn to alcohol or to weed or to sex or to games, blah, blah, blah. Because then because to go above boredom is to go outside of your comfort zone. And most of the time, if we have lived in a society in childhood that lived below, our nervous system is not accustomed to happiness, right? We, like, this is the thing, we go to heal ourselves and to go to heal our emotions and our bodies, not to be able to hold pain, but to be able to hold happiness, to be able to hold joy, right? Because our nervous systems are not accustomed to joy. It's foreign for our nervous systems. We have been in pain, in despair, in hopelessness, in victimhood, in rage, in all these things for most of our lives. We don't know how it is to feel joy and be cheerful and safe in being cheerful, right? So when we're bored, next time you catch yourself in boredom, please don't turn to scrolling. Miracles happen. Because at the beginning you're disinterested, nothing interests you, like, oh fuck, this is stupid. Then you feel like, okay, that's just what it is. Blah, mundane life. Okay, whatever. And you get mild interest, you get some insights. Conservatism is important. It's not like conservatism in politics. It's not meant like that here. It's meant when I have understood that actually to get up early and go to bed early, my body feels better this way. Like, wow, my grandma had a point. Or to drink this lemon water and to do some yoga for 30 minutes in the morning, it actually makes my day better. So I stick to routine to make my life better. That's what conservatism is. When you find your routine, your way, your lifestyle that is not chaotic, but that has some kind of discipline. Discipline is the friend of soul growth, right? So this is what conservatism is. And then you find yourself, okay, I have put my life in order, and I get more strong interest about life. I get more joy in life. I get more energy in life. I feel more cheerful. And then what happens at one point, we hit enthusiasm and we actually feel this flame, this passion in our soul that it's like, yay, I want to do this. Okay, amazing. Yeah, whoop, whoop. I love my life, right? I take care of how I look. I take care of how I live. I take care of what's going on. And I'm taking bold action in life. And what I want to say is that enthusiasm is this threshold where this game of New Earth can start. As you see, there's still something above, and action is really high above. um, and this is what we can do together to take real, radical, honest, awesome action. Um, but we have to understand that there's a path, and I just want you to take a look and see where you're at. Like, what is the radical truth for you, like at this moment in your life, where you're at, and what is your next point? Because you can go only step by step. You can't, well, you can skip stages. You can. You totally can. Mostly, it's not as easy if you're not used to it. If you put your intention and your energy towards that, of course, you can. It takes days, even for skilled professionals, to go from victimhood to enthusiasm. It takes days, you know. Um, okay, you have to be really, really advanced if it for it to take hours. Okay, be really honest with yourself. That's all I'm asking at this moment. So take a look again at this chart. Okay, let me remind you what we went through. Is there a place where you find yourself now? Can you say, oh, yeah, that's me. I'm here. Thank you. I see where I'm at. Find your path, find your puzzle in the big, yeah, picture. Because there are levels and bubbles of what we're doing here. Once there are egos as big as civilization, okay? There can be an ego as big as civilization. And then if that person goes on a healing journey, the ego shrinks and shrinks and shrinks and shrinks and shrinks and shrinks, and then grows and grows and grows as a soul. Yeah. While the infantile ego gets alchemized in superego, and when we go through initiations and we reclaim our soul parts and we become more whole again and we embody soul deeper inside, all these processes they happen, and so we grow bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger as soul. And each of these circles is it takes an initiation to go through each of these circles, okay? And in each of these circles you can feel and reflect where, in which circle you feel like life happens to me versus life happens for me. Maybe you're just in the bubble I am here, just me. So I know life happens for me. But I feel like whatever is happening in family happens to me. Nevertheless, or not even, let's not speak about even, what happens in my country. This happens to me, not for me. Okay. And so we go further and further on and we get initiated into higher and higher levels, and our soul gets bigger and bigger. And again, where you're at this moment, take a look at this, my amazing drawing, and see which level are you where you feel, yes, this happens for me in my highest good. And you will feel like you go further and further, you feel yourself going bigger and bigger, further and further away from your body. And at one point you're like, no, whatever shit is happening there, that's happening to me. Or I don't even want to go there, right? Where is this threshold again? Try to feel it. Because once we understand that at this moment there's hierarchy of force and money, right? We are moving to holarchy of mastery and love. As I already mentioned, these are these circles, these dots are individual souls, and 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 it's important to understand, where am I? How far can I love myself? Can I love myself in the size of family? Can I love myself in the size of my profession and my colleagues? Um, Can I love myself in the size of my culture? Can I love myself in the size of my society? Can I love myself in the size of my country? And can I love myself in the size of civilization? Because that's me as well. And so that's you. That little dot, that's you. What is your mastery? Which level have you achieved? And what is your next level? Be really honest with yourself, not even with me. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. Where you're at. And how can you take responsibility for your next mastery? Maybe you have realized that here that you are taking responsibility for who you are in your workspace, but you don't care what happens in society. It's totally all right. But how can you take a moment to grow and to take responsibility to the next level? Because there are levels of responsibility. So, what does that mean? Responsibility in general is the ability to respond instead of react. Okay? Well, let's start at the bottom. At the bottom, there's this dude that's half dead. We went through the emotions. It's the apathy, it's the dying, useless apathy on the left side. Okay? When you're in apathy, you are not taking responsibility about anything, not even your body. You don't want to shower, you don't want to eat, you don't care. You don't take responsibility of not even your immediate needs. Most likely, you blame all the others. You blame the ex, you blame the parents, the government, everybody. Everybody's, you're the victim. This is the very bottom of the scale of responsibility. Then you get a little bit higher and you're like, I don't care. It's pointless to take responsibility for anything. And that's all right. Maybe you're there. Next level is admitting I'm afraid to take responsibility. And it is also totally okay. Next level would be, the sassy one. I'm not gonna take responsibility for that. This is kind of covert hostility. Like, yeah, I'm awesome. I'm great. Everything in my reality is fucking great. The rest of you bitches can fuck off. I'm not taking responsibility for you. It's not that we're saving anyone or taking responsibility for anyone. We're taking responsibility for ourselves once we realize that we are bigger than just our bodies. Next level will be all right, slowly, I'll take responsibility for that. And the highest level is like, woohoo! With enthusiasm. Yes, of course it's my responsibility. Easy game. Let's do it. Let's go! Woo! Let's do it. Let's take responsibility of everything in this lifetime. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, yeah. The more responsibility I take, the freer I am as soul. Okay? And so we can see that we can hit resistance in any of these levels. Maybe I'm really like, okay, my friends, my family, my professional colleagues, woohoo, yes, let's take responsibility for that, whoop, whoop, yay. And then you hit the circle of country and you're like, hell no, I'm not taking responsibility for that. Hell no, go fuck yourself. Anger, hate, something rises, right? So that's what I'm saying. There are levels of responsibility. There's growth as a soul in each of these levels. So that as we grow bigger and bigger as soul, it's easier to take responsibility. Once we go higher and higher in responsibility, also our libido gets higher, our intellect gets higher, and our health gets better. So this is all in correlation with the scale of emotions. Where was it? There it is. So the higher we go in scale of emotions, the more turned on we are in life, the more, healthier we are. People who are in our enthusiasm, at least they don't even get cold. There's nothing wrong with them. They're healthy as bulls. And so this is where we're aiming, right? This is where we want to go. And what I'm suggesting, obviously, here is that we could take responsibility for the whole civilization and grow as souls in the size of civilization. And that's like, let's do it. Hey, hey. For me, it's like, for me, it's easy because I've been there. I've taken responsibility in size of my country, and I've felt the responsibility for the civilization for a while now. I had to go through initiations, through dark nights of the soul to actually be here and talk about it, right? I have put my intention towards that, and I've taken my journey. It's not easy, but it's not that hard as well, to be honest. So let's do it. What do I want? Me, I am a projector from human design, right? And so my strategy in life is to wait for an invitation. So by making these videos and by creating my newsletter, I am making myself accessible for those invitations. That's all I want to do. I cannot, I don't have energy to initiate things. Manifestors, please do that. I don't have energy to execute things. Generators, please, if you feel like, about all of this, please do it. And reflectors, my dear friends, just take a moment to relax and find in a month time, insights that has come. What do you want to do? Okay. So I'm here. I'm here. I'm available. Invite me to lead New Moon hackathons. There should be generators, a team of them that are like, hey, yeah, let's do it. Because I am not going to do it. I have made my peace with it. If nobody will need this information, I will do it for a year or two. And if nobody will turn their If nobody will need this, like I'm gonna do my parapsychology stuff. Okay, I can be a coach, like that's just stuff I do. But if people are like, hell yeah, let's do it, woohoo, then I can share my knowledge, I can share my practices, I can share, um, the shortest way. um, that's what I do. So invite me to teach you this approach. Ask me questions so I can create online courses. I'm not going to create them on my own. I have so many ideas. I don't know where to start because I don't know which of my skill sets are going to be the most asked for. And as a projector, I have learned my lessons with initiating stuff. Does not work like that. My fellow projectors, I'm sure you know the drill. So yeah, I'm just here. Let me know. Invite me. And yeah, totally, you can work one on one with me. I'm open for that. And as I said, it's 10% of your monthly income. I don't care how much you earn. Okay. And so there are these, there already are all these beautiful, wonderful, sustainable, holistic, beautiful things out there. It's our responsibility to make them mainstream. And there are some problems and some solutions that I offer. There is still this concentration on love and light, and I offer endarkenment. So this is my path: shadow work, deep shadow work, going in, going to love the hell out of you. That's what I do best. And that's where I work with the deep feminine energy, these practices, and I love that shit. So, concentration on manifestation, it's amazing. But if we concentrate on tourism of knowledge, then we can actually manifest just our truest soul path and our highest destiny if we go in that direction. And the concentration on money, it is going to change. As you heard, the the idea of wealth, abundance, money, blockchain, blah, 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 it's really interesting. And so I think the solution would be more to lean towards sustainable production. That is what is most important for me. um just a little bit left. So, my priorities right now, first of all, is Soul Led World Economic Forum. Basically, it's divine approach to politics. That's what I'm doing. That's what is my soul path, and I'm just here talking about it. The second of all is Liber Eco Advisory, which means liberty, freedom, eco, ecology, wisdom of nature, wisery, the wise self, self-explanatory, and these are these chains of schools, not schools, advisories, and to establish tourism of knowledge, because I believe knowledge is the power, and let's take it back. Yeah, let's change. And so the third one is hemp substitutes plastic. I don't, I just don't, I studied agriculture in the Netherlands. I studied tulips, but that's fine. And I did my work for about hemp, and I just still don't understand why we are using oil. I don't understand. It just it just doesn't make sense. All agriculture in the whole world, every 3 to 5 years needs, I forgot the word in English. It's like if there's linen, if there's buckwheat, if there's rice, whatever is going on there, every now and then the soil needs a different culture to grow there. Hemp is the perfect culture to grow there, and hemp is 30% more sustainable than cotton, like 80% more sustainable than oil production, like everything. Oh my god, it's just I forgot already these numbers, but it's like it's nonsense that we're not using it. It's nonsense for me. Anyway, once I wanted to grow, like hemp on field, hands on, and then I remember that I'm a projector and it's just gonna fail anyway. So conscious shoemaking, 85. Okay, most statistics are made up in this world, but let's say 85% of the world, if that's true, that's terrible, but it could be true by what I see, has problems with spine. But spine health is one of the key elements in awakening as soul. and we have terrible shoes. Mainstream population gets terrible shoes. Obviously, we can get orthopedic shoes. Obviously, they're super ugly most of the time. And and it's just crazy that we are not taking care of it. And these shoes that are good for your body but are actually made by mainstream shoe making industries, they are not good for your body. They still are not the best solutions possible. And so this is something that I really want to take care of. So, and the last one is goddess temples. I mean, the goddess have showed me in visions um, what would be amazing temples for her on earth. I have some sketches, I have some ideas, I have gathered some information. That's why I want to be a millionaire so I can do all these things. And I'm heading towards that. So let's do it. All right. But for you, just if you take anything, please take this. All the places where you still feel that you are telling the victim story about yourself, take radical responsibility. I know it's not victim blaming, not at all. Not at all. It's just that the wounding and the triggers are there for our highest good. It's there for us, for the benefit of us, so that we go deep in the wound, excavate the gold, and express our what we learned on the way and share with others. That's what this human experience in general mean. We all have pain, we all have sorrow, we all have trauma. It's a given. The human experience is to go heal that shit, reclaim power, and share it, and be this empowered soul who has amazing destiny and has got rid of all the fear and can live this iconic, legendary, epic life here on earth and create and co-create heaven on earth. That's what I believe, hands on. So, honey bunny, still, all the places where you still blame the bad guys, when you point the fingers for not doing the best job on running your industry of interest, or offering they're not offering the best possible solution for civilization, respect them, respect the aggressor, respect the hustle, learn from them, apply the best, and apply the soulful solution and do better. That's your soul journey. That's what it is. That's what it means to be a human being here on earth. Just do it. There's no other option. There's no one coming to save us, and we are not saving anyone. The salvation is that we empower ourselves and do our fucking jobs. So, all these people who do similar cool things that you do and who are doing the next thing in chain of events, right? Befriend them and start to collaborate instead of being jealous or shy. So, please invite me to be your friend. And I am going to befriend some of it, the projectors, right? Because generators, if you feel that your sacral saying to whatever I'm telling you here, please invite me to be your friend. And so the next episode will contemplate decentralized monarchy. This is an amazing topic that I would love to speak about, but it's next level topic that you need to kind of lay some groundwork to be able to comprehend this. And most of all, what I want to tell you is get over yourself and step into your power. There are no limitations. These limitations that are here are God sent. Like we as divine beings come here to experience limitations. But other than that, your soul has no limitations other than your body, which is an amazing limitation because this is what we came here to experience, right? And let's just do the work. It's hard, yes, blah blah blah. It's not that hard. It's a lot harder to live mediocre, boring, or painful life than do the dirty work, get over yourself, and live empowered, amazing, epic life where you can leave legacy, where you can leave a better life, a better state of the earth to your children and to next generation. So honey, there's everything we need is already there. We just have to put our minds together, our hands together, and do the work that's necessary to build a coherent solution for whatever is going on. You have nothing to lose and you have everything to gain. So my invitation, first of all, is join my newsletter. Let's do some shit together. Please watch my other videos on YouTube where I explain more and more and more and more and more, because it's a different world I'm talking about. It's different world in all aspects. And as you see, there are steps to be taken. There are mind shifts to happen. There's soul remembrance that needs to happen so that we can embody our greatest path forward and collaborate and be who we are meant to be by divine right. So, this is me saying thank you. You watched the whole thing. You're amazing. I love you. I respect you. Deep bow, deep grace. May the grace fill your life in all areas and all aspects. This is amazing that you have watched it till the end. I really love you for that. I truly love you for that. And I respect you for that. It's not easy. It hasn't been easy to talk through all of this. So also to sit and hear, it had to be a journey. But I'm grateful that we are here. I'm grateful that you listen to all of this and that we can make this happen. All right. This is me. My name is Anita. I asked the question, what if love was the president? I really want to know the answer. So, mwah. See you later. See you in love. Let's make this shit happen, honey. Darling. Yeah, see you around.